Oh, what a start.
Terminating kick. Going for it. Oh, he does go for it.
Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the penultimate week of qualification for Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series. 5 of the 6 players of an action in this week's Group A have made it through to the red carpet occasion before and are looking to do so once again. Alongside me for all of the action, it is Matthew and Matt. Great to see you once again. Before we talk about this week, let's touch upon Saturday. Really good day of darts. It kick-started by Andy Bolton winning the ADC Tour Finals. It was then capped off with David Davies picking up his first weekly title here.
Do you know what? I'm really delighted for David Davies, and what he's done now is he's just shown that pathway and franked that sort of system. David Davies, when he first came here as a qualifier on the ADC system, we didn't know anything about him as such. He came here, he was sort of a bit of a rabbit in headlights. He was sort of very overawed by the situation, but did enough to sort of get an invitation to come back here to the Super Series. And when you look at the career of David Davies here in this room, it's progressed. He's got better every time. He had that Group B where he won all his games, got through to Saturday for the first time. Then becoming a Saturday started getting more regular for him. And now he's got over the line. He's got himself into a Champions Week. He really does show that there is a pathway here.
Although admittedly in that Group B, 2 of his games were against Glenn Durham. But let's talk about the drama of that Saturday night and that game against Neil Duff. David ran in front in that final leg. It looked like it was his for the taking. He squandered a number of opportunities. Then Neil Duff came back. He missed chances. And I can imagine your heart is in your mouth at this moment.
Absolutely. And double 5 as well. It's not a double that most people traditionally go and think, oh, I really want to leave myself on double 5. You're normally there because you missed opportunities first. So there's always that danger of pulling inside. So to get it first start as well just shows the testament to where he was and the character he's got, and also to survive those match darts. Now, Neil Duff, I believe it was 4 darts he had to get over the line, wasn't able to do so. He's going to be disappointed because he's been so successful here, and he's got that opportunity to be the most successful player here. Something he's sort of rivaling, isn't he, alongside the likes of Steve West. But again, going back to David Davies, what an excellent story.
So David Davies into Champions Week, and he won a blockbuster week. It's a segment now that we're going to call Too Good, Not Too Bad, because we saw great stuff in Week 10. We saw big finishing. We saw a 9 darter. We saw 4 170 finishes. That the first one by Tommy Morris against Sebastian Białecki. We then saw Adam Mould hit a 9 dart finish against Johan Brown. I think Johan enjoyed it more than Adam.
Oh, absolutely. I've never seen an opponent be so happy other than when Chris Mason had one hit against him, Phil Taylor at the World Match Play years ago.
And then Nico Springer on debut was absolutely superb as Johan Brouwer gets the embrace of Adam Mould. 112 average in this game against Neil Duff.
He's been a player that a lot of people have been calling for. Whenever we talk about players you'd like to see at the Super Series, Nico Springer's name has been at the very top of that list. And he's shown people why. He was a real talent last week, and it's possibly just a shame maybe we're not going to see him much more regular here at the Super Series.
Yeah, Nico Springer, one and only appearance here at the Super Series. Wish him well on the Pro Tour in 2025. But it's all about this week's action here at the Super Series. Week 11 gets underway in a few moments' time. And it's a Group A littered with players with Champions Week experience. Moreno Michels has played in the jackpot match. Jim Long played at the previous Champions Week. Conor Heneghan's hit 2 9 darters in this building. It's going to be a blockbuster Group A. You look at all the players in there, they've all got pedigree of some description.
I like Chaz Barstow. I'm looking forward to seeing Tavis in Group C. And this Group A is just, like you say, littered with quality. So many players here this week have got 100% record in getting through to a Saturday night. However, someone's going to lose that. They all can't possibly get through. And when we look at the odds compilers, they're thinking James Wilson is the most likely. I think there's some ridiculous calls here. I think the likes of Chaz Barstow at 9-1, but the one that really draws my eye, Andy Davidson at 9-1, I think is ridiculous. I would be putting Andy Davidson as one of the favourites to get through this week and to get a place in Champions Week. For me, 9-1, far too big, and that would be not a value play. That's a play. Mm-hmm. That's not just finding value.
It is 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you are going to have a flutter on the Super Series this week. And it is also a week that's featured two players that won World Seniors events at the weekend. Derek Coulson's in action in Group B on Thursday and Friday. But in Group A, we're going to see the Canadian Jim Long in action. He beat Jim McEwen to win one of those Open Series titles at the weekend. He's looking to make it through to back-to-back Champions Weeks here at the Modus Super Series. He calls this his favourite competition. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with him. Jim, great to see you back here at the Super Series and on the back of a great weekend on the World Seniors Tour.
Yeah, great to be back. It's like I've said before, it's my favorite event. So I'm looking forward to another good week. It was a fun weekend with all the great guys down in Newbury.
You say this is your favourite tournament. What's the spark behind the Super Series for you?
I enjoy we're here for 5 days, 6 days if you're lucky. And so it's a lot of darts. You make the trip worthwhile, and the guys are always great to hang out with, and it's fun.
I suppose for you, you're at a stage of your career that you're very, very competitive, but is it also about that enjoyment element of the sport?
It's way more about enjoyment for me than it is for the competition. I like to play darts and I like to compete and stuff, but I like having a good time and socializing and hanging out. Probably is more important for me, really.
In terms of yourself and in terms of this week, your form here is really good. You qualified for finals night every single time. You made it through to Champions Week the last time that you were here. You were in a very good vein of form. We mentioned that World Seniors title that you picked up at the weekend and regularly picking up on the Open. So you must feel that your game is in a really good place at the minute.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't really feel like that so much. I feel like I'm coming up from a low. I had a bit of a low after one event we went to that. It was just the situation was bad, and I didn't feel comfortable for a while afterwards. So I've made it back to playing some good games, and it just every day is different. So hopefully today's good.
Well, hopefully today's a good day, Jim. Yeah. Good luck.
All righty, thank you.
And Jim's first assignment is Andy Davidson, the Scot who made it through to Champions Week on his debut, winning a pulsating final against Aidan Kirkid Series 7. He was actually due to appear earlier on in the series. The beady eyes amongst you may remember, but had to pull out due to injury, issues with wisdom teeth that needed to be sorted out through surgery, etc. Took him a little while to get over that. Whilst Jimmy Long's made the trip from London, Ontario, to be here this week. Winner in the previous series, the gentleman is hoping to be back into the Champions Week club. Up against a 29-year-old from Edinburgh, thrown with a Darryl Gurney dart. He won on his debut, and a player that really has burst onto the scene in this competition. If the truth be told, the first time we saw him here, we didn't really know too much about him, but we know all about this Granite Scot now, who has become one of the key players here at the Super Series.
Well,
he's a key player at the Super Series. Jack Garwood,
game on.
Our star referee. The centre of attention, though, goes from him to Jim Long, who throws the first dart of the week. And he'll be hoping to go full circle and throw the last dart of it. And watching every dart this week is Primetime Matthew Edgar.
Good morning, everyone. Excellent week in store here. Week 11, just a couple of places left available on Champions Week. And these are two players that you feel are really going to be in the running for one of those final places. You say we didn't know too much about Andy Davidson when he started playing here at the Super Series, and that's right. We knew he had a couple of appearances at the UK Open, which you've got to be producing some good darts to get those tickets
47.
These days. But what he's been doing in the last sort of 12 to 18 months, Andy Davidson, his career is only going in one direction. And it looks like he's made his statement quite clear in regards to where he wants to play his darts. He's the winner of the Welsh Open, the winner of the Malta, which means he's going to be putting in a little bit of miles on the WDF circuit, which makes you wonder, Andy Davidson, is he eyeing up that Lakeside Trophy?
Yep, looking to win that in 2025 after Matthew Edgar relinquishes his 2024 title. How is the practice going for that?
Yep, really looking forward to picking up the wooden spoon. I'm sure that's a title he's not going to want to take off me.
Well, Jim's done anything but pick up wooden spoons in recent times. That Open Series victory at the weekend was actually good enough for him to qualify for the Circus Tavern and the World Seniors Championship. He's guaranteed now to finish in the top 12 of the rankings, which is the first qualification criteria for that particular tournament. Both players on big finishes. A slightly slow start to the morning's proceedings.
84.
Two players who
you require 170.
you'd say are probably better suited to evening sessions as opposed to a daytime session. But this could be a rip-roaring start. We saw 4 170s last week. We got nowhere near it there.
77.
Yeah, I don't think that was quite the Andrew Gilding style celebration there from Andy Davidson with a thumbs up. For his thumbs up for double 5.
72.
Jim Long, that's not going to go.
You require 48. Game shot on the first leg.
That's the thing with Andy Davidson when he won his week here, mopping up those sort of opportunities and chances.
Second leg.
Davidson one up, break in hand.
Game
and you
on.
sense it's a game that's only going to continue to improve after what was a sluggish start to
49.
the opening match of the week for the pair. Quoted quite intriguingly in terms of the betting. Long 9-2 favourite, that's not a surprise, but Davidson at 9-1 felt too big an odds.
Yeah, I can't understand that one. A player that's had success in this arena, a player that's been having success in many arenas at the moment. Not just the fact he's playing well, but the fact he's picking up titles as well, and that breeds confidence.
95.
When you are picking up trophies, it does change how you think about the game, and it makes you feel a little bit invincible at times.
100.
And this is a guy in and around May time, if the truth be told, we knew pretty much nothing about. We knew that he did things in the past, but we didn't quite know that he had this level of game in him.
140.
He's a developing player, isn't he? He's an emerging talent. And
65.
for a player who's got such a
86.
peculiar throw and action.
Well, nothing peculiar about this leg for Jim Long. He's up the ante here. Doesn't have to chase around the bullseye, so he'll move long
46.
with 68 left, and he'll leave himself on tops after 12 to get the break back.
You've been dying to say that, haven't you?
58. Jimmy
It
requires
only took you
40.
one leg.
No score.
Well, one leg, something Jim
Andy,
Long
you
can't get on the
require
board. That's 5 darts
144.
missed now across the opening couple of legs. Oh, this would be punishment.
Game shot on the second leg.
Punished
Andy
to
Davidson.
the highest degree by Andy Davidson. A pincher of a leg for the Scot.
Third leg.
And it
It's
is now a
Jim's
long way
first.
back for Jim.
Game on.
The first ton plus checkout is in the leisure, and it belongs to Andy Davidson.
It's not taking long for Andy Davidson to show that quality that we know he's got.
100.
But it was interesting just casting your mind back to that interview with Jim Long.
140.
He was saying how he felt that those performances at the weekend came from a place of sort of resurrection of bad form into good. Now, if you're in that sort of feeling where
140.
you don't quite have the confidence of recent form, it doesn't take much to get you back into that place of negativity. And when you start missing chances like he is, you then start breaking it down and you start going, well, I scored all right, but I missed my double, so I've got to fix my doubles in the next game. And then you focus
41.
and emphasise on part of the game, which obviously makes it even harder.
And what might have been a confidence
100.
knock for Jim Long is just grown Andy Davidson's. He's left himself on a finish after 9. 1-2-4 for the double breaker throw, a 3-0 lead, and he'll have full control, full command of this
50.
contest.
Andy, you require 124.
He'd have to throw for a 4-0 win. He's going to get a dart. At double 8, decided to
Jimmy require 107.
go against the grain and say to Jim Long that he cannot take out this big fish. And he was right.
What was we saying a leg ago about confidence that you get from winning titles?
60. Andy, you require 8.
That is just, like I say, saying to Jim Long, I don't think you're going to hit this, but also saying, I don't need to.
4.
But he did need to hit that
Jimmy
one, because
require
now Jim Long all of a
110.
sudden is in range. Just needs the one treble here to get a poke at the leg. Doesn't find. So a reprieve for Andy
78.
Davidson to get that
Andy,
double breaker
require
throw.
4. No score. Jimmy
That
require
first dart was
32.
too far away to be a real marker for him, so he really had to readjust. Long back for double 16 to get himself on the
Game shot on
board.
the third leg.
And at the
Jim
sixth
Long.
time of asking, Jim Long's got his first leg of this match.
How ironic that the leg before Andy Davidson
leg,
takes
it's
out
Andy
a
to throw
1-4-4
first.
finish.
Game on.
And in that leg, Mr. 7 straight darts had a double.
96.
Obviously, circumstances changed. That was for a 3-0 lead. That was for a double breaker throw and full control, which does sort of change the scenario. You do start thinking a little bit
59.
more. You do start planning. You do start feeling the opportunity. Certainly in these early games.
85.
When we get into the flow of things and we're in sort of match 5, 6, 7, the players are just enjoying the mode. But at this point, those early points do make a difference in how the whole group feels. Are you chasing or are you in it?
140.
Well, it sets the tone, doesn't it, for what's to come. And you get the sense that in a group where 5 of the 6
94.
combatants have played at a Champions League before and played at it quite recently, that there will be maybe a little bit of one-upmanship, and you'll get the sense that weaknesses will be spotted quite quickly, and it's hard once they are spotted for them to
132.
then be taken out of the equation.
125.
Growing well into this game,
Jimmy
Jim Long.
require 170.
But just like the last leg, needs the biggest finish of them all.
It's not to be. Davidson having already taken out the 144 in this contest.
42.
Looking at the 101
Andy
to
require 101.
re-establish that 2-leg gap in this contest. Double 16 does
Game shot
exactly
on the
that.
fourth leg.
A
Andy
second ton
Davidson.
plus finish of the game, and Davidson a leg away from winning it.
Fifth leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Well, there's no problem in terms of the finishing, but the scoring at times has been a little bit suspect from the pair. The truth be told, at points, Jim has outscored Andy.
95.
Well, it's illustrated by the fact that Andy's had to take out 2 ton plus finishes in the game.
45.
You can see the reaction there for Davidson. That was due to the dart itself. That second dart just on the bottom wire, lying flat. Perfect invitation to put one over the top.
125.
Tend to find that when you deviate away from the
96.
standard shaped flights like Andy Davids has.
$125.
Well, Jim's got some comforts in
100.
this leg.
Jimmy
He's
require
got a guarantee of 6 on this 156 to bring it back to 3-2. Oh, that's a plumb first dart. Cannot utilise the light. But he is going to come back and he is going to leave himself handy. 75 scored.
132.
He's left himself on double 12 after 12 to half the arrears back down to 1 and force Davidson to serve this match out.
54.
And he's got
Jimmy
time on his
require
side.
24.
Well, pulls it low.
16.
That's a situation there where for Jim Long, he just wanted to do that without drama.
135. Jimmy
And now
require
it's
8.
not a case of not doing it without drama. Maybe it's a case of he has to do it. Could be tricky.
4. Andy
Well, he had all the time
71.
in the world to see out this leg, but Andy Davidson here has got an opportunity to see out the match.
36.
His bullseye shooting is nowhere
Jimmy
to be
require
seen so
4.
far in this contest. That's 2 attempts now in the middle of the board, and none have come even close.
Time running out for Jim Long. He had
No
all the
score.
time in the world.
Andy
He's used all the
require
time, and that
35.
time may be about to run out.
Double 16.
3.
And it
Jimmy
would have been for a
require
really
4.
conspicuous 4-1 win for Andy Davidson. In terms of the scoring element of the game, Jim Long has dominated. but 1 from 14 on the doubles has put him in a perilous position. And this is a perilous dart because that's a blocker.
2.
He tried to loop it over the top. He was too far over. And so Davidson now free in hand at double 16 to get the job done. Double 8.
16.
And now Davidson's spurning chances.
Jimmy
He's free from 17
2.
despite having 2 ton-plus checkouts.
No composure whatsoever in those last 9 darts of Andy Davidson, all going in at weird angles. From the moment he dropped them low on the 13s, but that's a long way off for Jim Long.
No
and
score.
Again, a missed opportunity.
Andy requires 16.
Can we now find a bit of composure?
Game shot.
Yes,
And
is the
match,
answer. Andy Davidson gets the better of Jim Long by 4 legs to 1. Again, blighted by missed doubles. Jim Long missed 19 of them. Andy Davidson, despite hitting 2 ton-plus checkouts, missed 14 of his own. But he got the win, and that's all that matters in the opening game of the week. A 4-1 success for Andy Davidson against Jim Long. Coming up after the break, Conor Heneghan takes on Johnny Haynes.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Dazzler, Glenn Durant. Game, shot, ornament. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. Jackal King of Bling, the Dazzler, Bobby George. Game, shot, and
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Andy Davidson get the better of Jim Long by 4 legs to 1. Andy hit 2 ton-plus checkouts, but missed a further 14 darts at double. Jim Long himself missed 19 in that particular match. The first of the week. Next up, 2 experienced campaigners on this stage going toe-to-toe. 26-year-old Conor Heneghan has appeared in every single Modus Super Series so far. A 9th appearance for the man from round 4th. Up against Johnny Haynes, the 6-year-old from Swindon. Once upon a time, the oldest player to have won a week here at the Super Series. That was when he was aged 59, but was overtaken by Paul Hogan in the summer. But if he does pick up the victory here, then him and Hogan will join each other as the oldest winner at 60 years of age. And it is a couple of years since Johnny Haynes
Conor to throw first.
made his last Champions Week appearance. It was actually in a week 11 in Series 2 where he beat certain Neil Duff in the final. for Conor Heneghan. It's a couple of series since he's
38.
appeared at a Champions Week.
Johnny Haynes, 60 years old now. But when you look at the
55.
career of which he has had, I'm going to say maybe underachieved. And the reason for that is because the
25.
immense ability that he has got. Johnny Haynes was one of these rare players that likes to play, should we say, the more
81.
localised circuit. When your pubs and your clubs put on local opens, they put £300, £500 up to the winner. Johnny Haynes went round mopping those up for many a years. And there'd be tournaments that you'd get quite a few of the professional players go to, and for years the conversation was, when's Johnny
43.
Haynes going to go for a tour card? When's he going to take that step into the professional ranks? And I think by the time he decided to actually give it a go, it was maybe just a little bit too late for him, and as he did so in his
92.
aging years. That being said, he did manage to get an appearance on a World Championship stage. That was the WWF World
134.
Championship a couple of years ago, where he went out 3-2 to Super Series Brian Roman.
60.
Yeah, he tended to mop up against the qualifiers that tournament did, Brian, because he'd go on to beat Jared Cole in the next round. In fact, he beat him off the board in that particular match.
82.
But for Johnny, he's played a World Championship at both venues 10 years apart, and he almost qualified for the Global Championship. He lost in the final of the South qualifier. We'll touch more upon that because he was in scintillating form
59.
in that tournament. But
Johnny,
you can't say the same
require
about Conor Heneghan
106.
in this first leg, who could well have his throw broken here. 86 left. Treble 18 would have left double 16.
58.
Well, we've already seen
Johnny,
a couple of
require
big tub plus finishes
167.
already this morning from Andy Davidson. Conor Heneghan isn't going to provide the spark with the 167. And so Haynes for the break. Should
59.
get two.
Johnny, require 48.
And those two will be at tops. Double 10
Game shot on the
goes.
first leg.
Haynes gets
Johnny
the break.
Haynes.
He leads 1-0.
Did you say
Second leg,
something
it's
about Johnny
Johnny to
Haynes
throw
in
first.
qualifiers?
Game on.
Yes.
Well, that seems to be his MO, doesn't it? When we look at the fact that
95.
Johnny Haynes, we know he's not really played in regards to PDC darts too much. He did have a period of time when he was a tour card holder. He played in the UK
45.
Open. He was seeded for that. He did reach the Ali Pali in 2013. So we know he's done little bits. However, he has played in 11
100.
UK Opens dating back to 2006. These would be in the days of which you would had to have qualified for. Nowadays, you got the tour card, you're guaranteed to be playing in the UK
59.
Open. However, a lot of the events that Johnny Haynes has been in, he would had to have gone through the amateur qualifiers, of which you would get a couple of hundred
6.
players descend on a venue and only one will go through in a winner-takes-all clash. That takes some doing to do it as many times as he has. Between Johnny Haynes
59.
and you'd say Paul Hogan as well, those two players just mopped up and owned that circuit for many years.
But they've both got a bit of familiarity about them, haven't they?
180.
They're both kind of players where, and we say this about Johnny Haynes every single time he's here. Every
100.
single area has a Johnny Haynes, a really good
66.
player that mops up locally, but maybe hasn't had the success on the senior circuit. But he's somebody that just enjoys the game, goes with the flow, enjoys the game, enjoys the arrows,
46.
and he would have enjoyed a 2-0 lead. Now I'm going to get this out the way with straight away, because Conor Heneghan is getting absolutely dismantled by Johnny Haynes here. Luckily for this Irishman, he can't get beaten
58.
5-0.
Johnny required 20.
Double 10. Now, I'm going to guarantee you one thing here when Johnny Haynes returns. He is not going for double 5. He always splits this 2-4-4.
85. Johnny required 10.
Always splits that combo. And he'll do the same on
Game
double
shot on the
9.
second leg. Johnny
If
Haynes.
he's left with double 9, 3 darts in hand, he'll split 2-8. It's just what he does. And he's 2-0 to the good.
Third leg, it's Conor to throw first.
That is the darts
Game
oracle
on.
himself, Henry Deacon, ladies and gentlemen. Conor Heneghan here
50.
is struggling. And we're not just talking struggling because his average is really low and he's barely finding the treble. He's struggling to keep them straight. He's spending so much time here in the 5 and 1s, and that will be a concern for him. When you're missing and it's just high and low, you know you're doing things right. You know you're keeping the arm straight, where right now, a lot of these are going left.
43.
And if we be honest, this is a confusing performance completely from nowhere. The form he's been in the lead up to this has been very, very good. He's qualified for the Global Championship in a few weeks' time. I was actually having a chat with Conor on the way into the venue this morning. We bumped into each other in the street. And he was talking very well. He was talking very positively. He's not exactly a morning person, but that's always been the case with Conor. But there was nothing to indicate that we'd see this type of first game from him. And he's probably as puzzled as the rest of us.
Well, there's still plenty of time here in this, but he's got to straighten these up. Every single visit is straying into the 1s and 5s.
85.
It just feels a little bit desperate at the moment for Conor Heneghan. And it's not because Johnny Haynes is playing spectacular here. Johnny Haynes isn't doing much, but he just feels like he's got too much here for Conor. Much better visit there. A little bit of grouping. All 3 darts in the intended segments.
58. Conor, you require 108.
Well, it's almost that back to basics mentality for Conor in just keeping things straight and keeping things handy. He's not going to take out the 108. And it would perhaps sum
68.
up this
Johnny,
game for him. He's left himself on
128.
tops. That Haynes would take out the 128. Joe would have left him a dart at the ball.
92.
Heneghan back for tops to get
Johnny,
his first leg on the board.
40. $10.
No surprise whatsoever to see the last dart go left. Something to work on. There's plenty of time in this Group A campaign, but there's not much time left in this game. Johnny Haynes, 2 breaks a throw.
4th flag, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
In cruise control. You know, when we were sat in the studio about 20 minutes ago, Matt, and we were saying this Group A has got potential to be absolutely spectacular. I think we were waiting the blue touch paper to be well and truly lit this morning.
100.
I think you'll always get that in this sort of group, to be fair, because as much as we identified that this group was going to be tough, all the players would have done so as well. So what that does is that pressurises these early games where you don't maybe feel at 100%, you don't feel quite prepared and ready, but you are pushing and you're asking yourself the questions because you know how important these early points can be.
Well, we saw on Monday Tommy Morris build up ahead of speed, and then 86. He was uncatchable towards the line. It's not been Johnny Haynes at his sparkling best, that's for sure, but
49.
He's controlled the situation as much as possible. He hasn't dragged himself into the Conor Heneghan show, and credit to him for that. And he's going to set up here to win this match. He's going to leave himself on double 8 after 12 to seal a 4-0 win.
100.
And for Conor Heneghan, there is a lot of work to do. There is to a certain extent for Johnny Haynes. But he's got that first win on the board. He gets a better of Conor Heneghan by 4-0, almost apologising to Johnny as he shook his hand. Conor Heneghan, a conspicuous performance, uncharacteristic performance from the Irishman. Johnny Haynes with that 14 darter brought his average towards the 80 mark. It wasn't a quality contest, but Haynes picked the points up nonetheless. Coming up after the break, a former series finalist, Moreno Michels, takes on Cedric Waegemans of Belgium.
Very good dart, he's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here and he's...
Definitely not only.
he thinks it's it.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving you
We are getting towards the back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it already. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Level 7 now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland is knocked out. Darts for fun. The favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we come.
Hold on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
It's one of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Joe!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Johnny Haynes got the better of Conor Heneghan by 4 legs to 0. Our third match sees our 2 ADC European qualifiers go toe-to-toe. Moreno Michels, the former grand finalist here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He played the jackpot match against Jim McEwen this time last year, lost out by 4 legs to 1. Up against Cedric Waegemans. It's 10 years between drinks on the big televised stage for the Belgium. You can see on the right sleeve of his shirt his Lakeside 2015 campaign. We'll talk about that in due course. But Moreno Michels from Rotterdam, well, he could have been from anywhere, couldn't he? The 40-year-old from the Netherlands, Series 5 runner-up, up against the 39-year-old Cedric Waegemans from Antwerp in Belgium. On his debut.
Game on.
And Waegemans is ready. Well, at least that's what the back of the shirt says. He must be watching our promo videos.
I have no idea what to expect
140.
here from Cedric Waegemans, and I've tried. I really have tried. If we look at his recent form, if we look at what he's been doing as of late, he's going to be completely outclassed, not just in this game, but by this
43.
group. Because his recent averages suggest he's going to be anywhere around 69 to 71. We know from Moreno we've got a good sample
6.
of performance here, and he's been averaging 84.09, which means he's 6 visits to the board, which is far too good from what we've seen recently of Waegemans. However, he has played for the Belgian national team,
100.
which we know Belgium, a big developing nation, with some quality dart players. Not only that, you've mentioned as well, he's played at Lakeside, and you don't
81.
get raffle tickets to get you to Lakeside. You have to win things. You have to play well over a year, or you have to win that qualifier, which again is littered with
43.
quality. So we know he's got quality, but that was nearly 10 years ago, and it's very, very hard to find too much on
50.
Cedric when scouring the archives. And we did try and have a chat with him earlier on today, and, well,
100.
his
Moreno,
English
you
is better than
require
my Belgium,
170.
but we couldn't quite get to the bottom of where he has been over the last sort of 10 years or so.
81.
Well, to put it in perspective, after playing in the 2015 World Masters, he has not got a recorded match on a database until 2022.
80. Moreno, you require 89.
He's fired in a maxi there. Michels 89 to take out the first leg. It's going to be a dart of the bull.
48.
But just like
Cedric,
every
you
other
require
attempt, it seemed at that
35.
target today, it is way off kilter.
19. Moreno, you require 41. Game shot on the first leg. Moreno Michels.
Well, I think favourite backers may have just had heart-in-mouth moment
Second
there
leg
for a
is
while,
Cedric to throw
because
first.
with
Game
the
on.
lack of information and the only information we have available not being of high performance, the odds compilers have given Cedric pretty much no
100.
opportunity whatsoever, but he's earned his place here, the Super Series, and we know he's had the quality to earn a place on different stages as well.
68.
So there's always that element where you've got to just side with a little bit of caution, but the odds compilers, not much more than even money
100.
available on Cedric to lose all of his matches today. And on the evidence of what we've seen at the start of this game, that may concern a few people.
100.
Yeah, played his best darts in 2014, 2015. In fact, in 2014, he was a game away from playing in the televised
59.
stages of the World Masters. Lost 3-0 to Eddie White. Played at that Solitary World Championship at the Lakeside in 2015. He won his preliminary round match against Eddie Sims by 3 sets to 1 before then losing 3-0 to Gary Robson in the first round of that particular competition. Both of those averages are in the
59.
low to mid 70s. And then we've got a few recorded matches this year from him. Made it through to the last 16 of the Romanian Classic, where he lost 4-1 to a player from the Czech Republic called Jiří Brecha.
43. Moreno, you require 136.
136 for a 2-0 lead. Not to be, but the way today's going, and the way this game is going, you'd expect Michels to be
55.
back.
Cedric, you require 140. $60. Moreno, you require 81.
2 12s, and now 2 6s.
Game
And
shot on
it's
the
2-0
second leg. Moreno
to
Michels.
Moreno Michels. The Dutchman in full control of proceedings
Third
so
leg, it's
far.
Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Let's have a little bit of a look of the setup of Cedric, because
41.
if we didn't see who was throwing the darts and you just saw the dart in the board, you'd think Scott Taylor's playing when you look at that barrel and the setup that he's got.
Certainly when you just saw where there was landing there as well for Cedric. He seems to be very strong, doesn't he, at the start of legs.
48.
He's looked very solid in that sort of front nine. It's when he's getting down to the finish that he's just needing that little bit of extra time, and that's where Moreno has shown his touch of class until now. But just settling in. This is his debut here, Cedric, so we do expect that there's going to be a couple of signs of nerves, especially with very limited experience, but he does have a very, very solid action here. He is sort of very wide in his action, coming down the side of the face in the set position, but the angle of the wrist,
100. Cedric, you require 161.
extension. Oh, it's the ball. Oh, he set it up. He set it up
129.
instead. He's opted to go for the big 18 just to leave himself on the double 16.
One thing we've learned about Cedric there is he'll play the percentage shots where possible.
85. Cedric, you require 32.
Could be a little bit tricky, that. He's going to have to go low, you feel.
No score.
Tried to
Moreno,
go for
you
the very
require
small open
127.
section there at the bottom of the double. He had to have a double look. He thought it may have been in, but this could be.
Just the other side, and the treble 17 would have afforded him a dart at double 8.
85.
But
Cedric, you
Waegemans,
require 32.
double 16 to get his first leg on the Super Series stage. On
Game shot on
the
the third leg,
board.
Cedric
And still in the
Waegemans.
contest. If he missed them, Michels was coming back for 42 for a 3-zip lead.
Fourth leg, it's Cedric
And
to
this
throw
match
first.
is back on foot
Game
because
on.
that was a break.
I think if anyone did go through and just go, Cedric's going to lose all his games today, I'll take that just a little over evens. I think they're going to be panicking a little bit
100.
here because Cedric's showing that maybe he's a lot better than that recent form suggests. One of the things you do get here at the Super
100.
Series, super conditions. And that goes in the back room where you get the perfect opportunity to prepare properly. We see it all the time, don't we? Players come here to the Super Series
140.
and find levels that they haven't shown out on the various tours. And that's because on those tours, you don't get the preparation and the
58.
practice that you're able to get in here at the Super Series.
Well, the venue is purpose-built where if you go to most other tournaments, you're hiring out the venue for the sake of
43.
said tournament. And so the conditions you'll make as good as possible, but it's never going to be purpose-built. And I could let you into one or two secrets.
85.
The actual stage, there was about a 6-week testing program with the stage and the lights and everything like that. And various players came down to play test matches just to see how the conditions suited. So we had the perfect possible setup for the players to perform at peak levels. And Moreno's just beginning to
98.
peak
Moreno,
towards
you
those levels
require
here.
38.
This for a 3-1 lead. Has decided to split. Double 8.
22.
Not to be. And so Waegemans
Cedric, you require
looking at
100.
a ton for a level match.
$60. Moreno, you require 16.
2 4s,
Game shot on
3-1.
the fourth flag. Moreno
Moreno breaks back and now has the darts to seal a 4-1 victory to end round
Fifth
1 of the
flag,
day.
it's Moreno to throw first.
While we're
Game
giving
on.
out secrets, Henry, shall I join? I'm going to join in. I'm not even going to ask you. I'm just going to join in.
140.
We know that the Super Series originated during COVID. It came from the darts at home period of time. The PDC had a
123.
home tour as well. What was the very first unseen match on the home tour?
140.
It happened the day before April the 1st, whatever, is it the 30th or 31st?
140.
I thought you were going to tell us a secret.
Yeah, I'm seeing if you know the answer.
Well, if it's a secret, I wouldn't know the answer, would I?
Well, the darts oracle lets us down there, doesn't it?
83.
It was.
Is it involving you by any chance?
There's one. You've got half of it. Do you know the other half?
6.
Michael Smith.
Moreno, you require 138.
I'm glad we spoke about that now.
You'll sleep so much better tonight now.
98.
Well, Michels tops of the match. He's left it after 12 darts. He's dragged his average up to around the 85 mark. In fact, this has actually been the highest quality game of the first round of fixtures so far.
140.
This
Moreno, you
for the
require
match
40.
for a 4-1 win. Double top.
Game
And
shot
the former
on
grand
match,
finalist
Moreno
is
Michels.
off to a winning start. Moreno Michels gets the better of Cedric Waegemans by 4 legs to 1. That's the first round in the books. Michels putting in the best performance that we've seen so far. An average just under 84, 4 from 11 on the doubles. We're taking a break. Davidson, Heneghan next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed the first round of fixtures on this Monday morning. Before the break, Moreno Michels beat Cedric Waegemans by 4 legs to 1. In fact, all 3 games have been routes so far this morning. Haynes with a 4-0 success over Heneghan, and Davidson with a 4-1 win against Jim Long. And it's a meeting of Scotland and the Republic of Ireland to kick off the second round of matches. Things couldn't have got off to a worse start for Conor Heneghan. A completely uncharacteristic performance from Heno, who is looking to turn his fortunes around against Andy Davidson, who had 2 top-plus finishes in his game against Jim Long, but had to rely on a lot of missed doubles from his opponent. Jim Long, 19 opportunities at the outer ring squandered in that opening match of the day. Sort of set the tone for the first round of fixtures, but both players looking to snap out of what happened before and looking to show their finest best in this second contest of the day for the pair.
95.
One thing we'll keep our eye on here with Conor Heneghan was the story
45.
of the last game, which was those darts going wayward, the darts going left. And already, the first couple of visits here to the board for Conor Heneghan, and darts spraying around again in the 5s and in the 1s.
Well, I'd say there's a potential this could be a very long day for Conor Heneghan, but actually it would be the complete opposite. It could be a very short day if he carries on like this.
43.
Very uncharacteristic performance so far from Conor Heneghan. He's got a long time to put it right.
98.
But one thing he's never failed to do is make a Saturday night here at the Super Series. One thing he knows how to do is to play the weak.
100.
And he's had 100% success, so there'll be no panic whatsoever. He knows the format so well, and he knows even if it doesn't go for him in Group A, he's always got that Group B and C opportunity as well.
This is how stacked this week is. 4 of the 5 players that previously played here have got a 100% record in terms of qualifying.
60.
Double 10.
Game shot on the first
Take
leg.
the opening leg.
Davidson.
Davidson one up, and Heneghan once again unable to get out the traps.
Second leg. It's Conor to throw first. Game on.
But this is a bit more like it.
140. $136.
That's where he wants that first start, isn't it? Just stood up in the middle of the target. Unlike that from Davidson,
98.
flat angle of entry, he wants it low in the treble. 2 completely different actions, 2 completely different landing of darts. If that was Davidson, that would have been absolutely perfect.
58.
Both players running for cover as they throw the opposite dart.
Can it sometimes be a case with what's happening with Conor Heneghan? You can just
97.
click with something mid-game.
Oh, absolutely. He's got the quality, doesn't he, Conor Heneghan? A player that I think we all expect is going to go on to big things.
170.
And by that, we mean playing out there on the
58.
Pro Tour.
Conor requires
Having that
78.
opportunity and that access to try and get into the big events.
D10
Game shot on
for
the
a
second
first leg
Conor
of the day
Heneghan.
for Conor Heneghan. He is up and running.
And that was relief, wasn't it, from Conor
Third
Heneghan?
leg,
You
it's
just
Andy to
saw
throw first.
an exhale
Game
of
on.
tension coming out of Conor Heneghan. And it does, you get to
59.
that situation where legs are running away from you, you're not playing quite well, you start going tense, you start to panic.
97. $100. $140.
Now that first start, it's hitting a bit better. He is scoring to a much higher
100.
power. In fact, he's brought his average up to the 92 mark.
97. $60. Conor, you require 167.
He's got 6 up here to get the break of throw of Andy and move 2-1 to the good in this match. We're going to take it out this time, but he's looking to leave himself handy upon his return.
58.
Unable to leave himself on a 2-darter. Well, these two swap places because Conor Heneghan's hitting every treble 20 in sight, and now Andy Davidson's hitting every treble 5 in sight.
109.
Left-handed 180 there from Andy Davidson, all in the treble 5. He's already took out the big finish
34.
today.
Andy, you
The
require
144.
137.
Andy Davidson, it's same sort of equation here, not going to go. But again, there's something about left-handed darts today.
Well, Andy Davidson shook his head in the foreground. Conor Heneghan was nodding his head in the background. He's really beginning to fancy the task. 66 left, bullseye. We're not even getting close to that target today, are we?
70.
But Davidson's on target, on point on the double 8. He leads 2-1, a leg that really he probably had no right to win.
4th leg, it's Conor to throw
He'll
first.
feel quite fortunate,
Game
but
on.
those sort of things, they'll go both ways when you're doing a whole week campaign here at the Super Series. You've just got to take the opportunities when they present
99.
themselves. Don't try and overanalyze things. That's our job. When you're down there, just throw and hit.
85.
Andy Davidson has
96.
fed off some scraps at points today, and he's done a very good job of arresting what could be very tricky situations.
58.
A couple of tub pass finishes in that game against Jim Long, won a couple of other legs where his opponent missed a plethora at a double. And in that previous leg, Conor Heneghan should have had the break
44.
in hand. Had time on his side, didn't clean up, and Davidson picked up the pieces.
108.
Well, that was one of the quickest maxis you've ever seen here. The whole visit, setting up, throwing the darts, and retrieving
58.
was 7 seconds. The whole visit. Not the throwing of the darts, that's coming up back the whole lot.
135.
And in quick-fire time, Conor Heneghan finds himself in trouble. It looked like he was just
Andy, you require 43.
beginning to get a foothold in the contest, but he could find himself 3-1 behind.
27. Conor, you require 104.
But Davidson's inability to take out double 16 ready, those 2 darts, has given Heneghan a go with a 104. And he's going to get a dart at tops, and he perfectly executes it to level this contest up at 2-2.
Tough game to read.
5th leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game
A
on.
moment ago, it looked like Conor Heneghan was going to break Davidson, and Davidson holds. And it looks like Davidson's going to break Heneghan. Heneghan holds. As we now get into the sprint finish.
44. $125. $97. $60.
Davidson 6 on 136 to open up a 3-2 lead. Not to be on this particular occasion. But what he is going to do is leave himself perfectly. He's on double 16 after a dozen darts. Heneghan needs to hit and hit big. Couple of triples, leaves himself on a 2-darter. And that's exactly what he's done. And now he has to hope for 3 misses from Andy Davidson. And that isn't going to come. It's a 13-darter. It's a 3-2 lead for the Scot. And Conor Heneghan is a leg away from 2 defeats from 2. Andy Davidson a leg away from 2 wins from 2.
96.
I suppose part of the Andy Davidson story is relying on things happening and transpiring against opponents. Sometimes when you're good, you've got to ride your luck a little bit. And in that final against Aidan Kirk in Series 7, Week 11, it's got a nice wing to it, hasn't it? He had to survive a number of mismatched darts. In fact, they both missed a handful of opportunities to win that Final Four. Davidson, if the truth be told, crawled over the line.
46.
Didn't quite happen for him with that Champions League. In fact, both players in this game played at that particular Champions Week.
100.
But that was all about experience for Andy. And now he's going out. He's playing the tour. Works as a postie by trade.
58.
And he's looking to deliver the 2 points here.
121.
Leaves it handy. Heneghan needs to hit.
140. Andy, you require
Now,
96.
it's time to hope.
Game shot.
Well,
and
that's
the
a
match,
beautiful finish
Andy
to the game
Davidson.
there from Andy Davidson. A 14 darter on the back of a 13 darter, and from 2-2 he rallied towards the line. He gets the better of Conor Heneghan by 4 legs to 2. And at the tail of the tape, a much improved performance. In fact, Conor Heneghan put the best part of 20 points on his average from match 1 to match 2. Andy Davidson, 93-85. A real strong end to that contest. A decent doubling performance as well from him. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Cedric Waegemans up against Jim Long. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Andy Davidson got the better of Conor Heneghan by 4 legs to 2. It looked like Conor Heneghan was beginning to come into life a little bit in the middle of that contest. But Davidson, with 13 and 14 darters to round the match off, burst the balloon of Conor Heneghan. Match 5 of our session sees Cedric Waegemans and Jim Long go toe-to-toe. A battle of Belgium and Canada in the third game of the day. Does that make any sense?
First leg, it's
Anyway,
Cedric
by the
to
end of
throw
this match,
first.
for a third of the day's action.
Game on.
It's Waegemans to kick us off, who lost out by 4 legs to 1 to Moreno Michels, but there was enough in that opening performance to give him signs of encouragement. Missed 8 darts at a double, but an
100.
overall average of 83.25. It wasn't a bad debut performance at all. For Jim Long, the scoring wasn't bad at all. In fact, it was at times almost faultless, but 19 missed darts at a double caused him all sorts of problems.
And when you look at the
100.
performance of Cedric in that opening game, it was a lot more than maybe most expected. It average of 83.25 puts him in that 6th visit block, which means he's going to be
55.
competitive. And Jim Long, yes, he's been playing a lot of darts recently, but it's not always been with the most success. And
125.
the amount of miles that Jim Long must do in a year. I hope he's using some form of cashback application.
180.
Well, it's all down to business, so when he gets down to business, he is class, Jim Long.
100.
So it's Waegemans' first to finish on throw in this opening leg. He's left himself on a 2-darter after 12 darts.
This has been the story of the day, doesn't it? Players missing to the left.
39. Cedric, you require 76.
This comfortable at the moment for Cedric.
Game shot on the first
That's
leg.
going to make
Cedric
him feel
Waegemans.
so much more better as well. A combination finish, a clinical
Second leg,
15-dart
it's Jim to
holder
throw
throw.
first.
That forces
Game
Jim
on.
Long to go out in 12, of which so far today he's been nowhere near that level. But we know he's got it in the locker. We've seen it here on many occasions. We've seen it on the various tours of which he
140.
plays. We talk about the miles he's doing. He's got a lot more miles to go now, hasn't he, after picking up that Seniors Tour title this past weekend.
59.
Yeah, we'll see him at the Circus Tavern in February for the 4th World Seniors Championship. Be hoping to take that
100.
particular title onto Canadian shores and take it out of Scotland, to have forever had that trophy in their possession. Robert Thornton in the first 2 tournaments.
58.
John Henderson, the reigning champion, did qualify for Champions Week. He won week 7 to the Highlander, but won't be participating in it. And so the first reserve,
6.
and now that's based on averages of the players that run up over the course of the week they played in, will qualify through.
44.
And at the moment, Andy Bolton, as of Saturday, led that list. Who won here on Saturday
91.
afternoon in the ADC Tour Finals. Beat Charlie Martin in the final.
23. Jim, you require 110.
Long's got a plethora of time from 110, and so far today he has needed time and opportunities at a double.
70. $43. Jim, you require 40.
Tots along.
Game shot on the second
Well,
leg.
the first start
Jim
was a
Long.
great guide, and he utilised it perfectly, and we're level at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Cedric to throw first. Game on.
Perfect start to leg 3 from Cedric Waegemans.
And his second 180 of the
44.
day. He hit one in his opening game as well. That one a defeat to Moreno. Michels, a man who
44.
has nearly won the big one here in this arena.
Beat Fallon Sherrick in the final to win that particular week. That was the week Fallon Sherrick hit that infamous 9 darter against Adam Lipscomb. Do you know that is still the most watched video on the Super Series YouTube channel?
47.
How many of those views are you?
Well, there's about 2 million views, and I reckon I'm probably responsible for about 1.5 million of them.
83.
Tell lies, 1.1 million, so I probably was responsible for 900,000.
100.
Some other really fun stuff on there, including videos about using illegal darts. You can see Luke Littler play the Bullseye Challenge and a game of darts with nails.
133.
All available on the
Cedric,
Super Series YouTube channel.
130.
Can Waegemans nail this? Joe Training leaves the ball. Bullseye.
105.
Well, that's the closest anybody's got to that
Jimmy
today.
Require 122.
Stay on that corridor.
97. Cedric, you require
Cedric
25.
He's got the advantage of throw here. He's hit a maximum. But he's now getting a little bit desperate.
17. Jimmy require 25.
2 8s for 2-1. And the breaker throw.
17.
Long unable to
Cedric,
get his
you
nose
require
ahead.
8.
And so Waegemans, 2 4s for 2-1.
Game shot on the third
That
leg.
was a good
Cedric
last start.
Waegemans.
Because of the way his darts go into the board, had to move across. Probably didn't see too much of that, but found that double 2
Fourth
nonetheless
leg,
to move
it's
2-1
Jim to
up.
throw first.
And he's beginning to enjoy
Game
himself on the stage.
Double down on the celebration, wasn't it? It was one for Jim to see and one for us to see.
Must have watched Johan Brouwer play last week.
84.
Now, he was celebrating other people hitting things against him.
In fairness, that was as much as he could have celebrated at points
85.
last week.
To be fair, where you do the celebration does kind of matter in regards to what you are
96.
sort of doing to your opponent. You know, some people will celebrate like silently, you know, we'll call it a Pro Tour celebration. Some people will celebrate when they go past the opponent. Some people will do it right in
97.
front of them. That is partly emotion just taking over, and also partly you want your opponent to see it.
108.
Cedric Waegemans could have seen that from Jim Long in the cold light of day.
140. Jimmy require
6 darts for 2-2.
140. 60. 123. Jimmy require 80.
Well, this for a level match may just be one here. And it is only going to be the solitary dart at tops for Jim Long to level this match up.
40. Cedric, you require
1 from
56.
7 on the doubles. 2 from 27 for the entirety of the day.
16.
But he's going to get more
Jimmy
opportunities
require
as the
40.
Canadian to level this contest up. Double 10. And we're all
Game shot
square.
of fourth
2-2.
leg, Jim
And
Long.
interestingly, in the background, Cedric Waegemans was giving off a bit of frustration, but he didn't let his opponent see it.
Fifth leg, it's Cedric to throw first. Game on. $59.
Well, that frustration may
140.
be starting to build because Jim Long's starting to get into the flow of things now.
100.
Starting to find that consistency, and if you had to define Jim Long's game with one characteristic, you'd say it's that consistency. You'd expect him to be
140.
around about that 90 average, game after game after game.
Well, he's that far prepared that
97.
he's actually saved us some stickers because he's actually got the Super Series patch embroidered on his shirt.
121. Jimmy require 164.
Nothing gets past Henry Deacon.
$92. Cedric, you require
Well, it's
81.
a 3-2 lead. Bull
33.
does not go, and so
Jimmy
Long
requires 72.
may just get one dart to get the breaker throw. In fact, it's only going to be... And Tops has not been kind at all to him today.
32.
It's not going to be again on that
Cedric, you
occasion.
require 48.
Let's just shuffle across. Feels he's blocked the
16.
bottom of the bed. Can't find it.
Jimmy
He's had
require
chances. He's had
40.
opportunities. But Jim Long doesn't tend to let the chances pass him by. That is a long way off. It's as if he's having a game of loopy.
Well, it's not to be at all on the
Cedric,
doubles
you
of Jim
require
Long.
32.
So far today, he's missed 29 darts at a double. But he's going to
24.
get more.
Jimmy require 32.
The only thing I will say is I'm glad this isn't a double start contest. Otherwise, I think we would have quite literally have been here forever.
No score.
Well, even in a single
Cedric,
double
you
out, we
require
might
8.
be here forever.
And I don't think at any moment you really felt confidence or
Game shot
conviction
on
in
fifth
any
leg,
of those
Cedric
darts there
Waegemans.
for Jim Long. And Cedric now a leg away from picking up his first ever victory on the Super Series stage.
Sixth flag. It's Jim to the
This,
first.
a bit of a freebie,
Game
and
on.
looking at him here, just trying to compose himself. This is the ideal situation here, where he's got a leg on the Jim Long darts, where he doesn't have to win it. He knows he's got the throw in the next. He can
100.
settle down. He can try get back into the flow, because he was looking very flustered and very red in the face at the end of that leg.
43.
But that is us sat up here in a very comfy commentary box talking about it. When you're down there, you just want to get the win. You want to get the job done.
6.
And you don't sort of feel that situation. You don't think, this is a bit of a freebie. I've got the darts in the next. You do feel that panic.
It's easy to
99.
suggest things when you're sat in your Spider-Man pyjamas, Matt. The hardest thing to do is getting up and do. You're perfectly correct about that. And sometimes you just find yourself dragged, don't you, into contests like this.
6.
And a lot of pundits will say, you know, styles make fights and styles make games, and sometimes two don't quite tango as much as you'd like them to.
140. $44.
Jim Long's
Jimmy
got time on
require
his hands here
101.
to take this game all the way to a deciding leg. Triple 19 leaves double 12. Well,
61.
because it was a set-up turn, that actually was a happy enough accident. Strain one in the treble 7, giving himself a single dart to leave him tops upon his return.
140.
But how would he be feeling in this scenario, having missed so many darts at the double today?
Doubtful. Hopeful.
Game shot on a
Relieved.
flag. Jim Long.
But he's got to find a break here against Cedric.
7 from
He will know
final
he's got the
leg. It's
quality of
Cedric
which
throw
to carve
first.
out the opportunity.
Game on.
And you feel a lot lies on these opening 3 darts here for Cedric.
41.
And that's a slip. This is where Jim can try and assert that bit of quality he's got.
$140.
That's what good players do. Hasn't been anywhere near his best so far today. Win this match, but he's putting a telling visit when it's mattered.
59.
And for Cedric, he hasn't played too much in terms of matches. He's not used to this situation where he's being pushed to the hill all the way to a last leg decide and how he's going to react to that.
The colour's drained out of his face completely at the moment, as it is Cedric. You can see that he's living and breathing every moment. This will be relief.
140.
Gets himself back into the leg, but essentially Jim Long broken the throw here in the front 9.
$100.
Tunley's himself on a finish. It'd be perhaps ironic in a game that's been dominated by players missing darts at double. Both players have missed 13 at the outer ring.
108.
That perhaps it could be one with a big finish.
Jimmy require 161.
Quality from Cedric. Will he get an opportunity? He will.
93.
You can see he's lived and breathed every moment, but he may
81.
be about to reap the reward of 2 points.
Double 13
55. Cedric
to pick
Jimmy
up
requires 68.
his first win on the Super Series stage. And for Jim Long, this is to right the wrongs of the first match.
36. Cedric, you require
Nowhere near.
26.
Well, he's got 26 on the back of his shirt. And
Great shot.
26
And the match,
points will see
Cedric
him pick up
Waegemans.
his first win here. Cedric Waegemans gets the better of Jim Long in a last leg decider 4-3. Now, perhaps the big surprise of the morning so far is Jim Long, who was the favourite with the bookies at 7-4 to win this Group A, is 2 defeats from 2. Waegemans crossing the line 4-3. Long did have a couple of darts to win that contest. Coming up next, it's Johnny Haynes against Moreno Michels. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Game 6 is between Johnny Haynes and Moreno Michels, a battle of England and the Netherlands. Before the break, Cedric Waegemans of Belgium picked up his first win on this stage. He got the better of Jim Long by 4 legs to 3. For Johnny, he kicked off his day of a 4-0 success against Conor Heneghan. Moreno Michels beat Cedric by 4 legs to 1. And so the winner of this game will join Andy Davidson on 4 points. If Johnny wins
First
this
leg, it's
particular
Johnny to throw first.
match, he'll be on, regardless,
Game on.
the same as Andy Davidson in terms of legs difference. He'd jump in with a 4-2 win. Moreno Michels needs to win 4-1 or better if he is to topple
60.
Davidson at the top of the league table. Of course, still very early days, but the winner of this match will feel like they've done a lot of hard work
60.
very, very quickly.
$100. $140.
Feels like Moreno's found his place, doesn't he, here at the Super Series? He's a player that played on the old BDO tour, he's played on the PDC.
93.
Didn't quite get the success levels on the PDC Pro Tour that maybe he would have expected when he made his switch over from the old BDO. Then sort of
21.
not disappeared from the game, but other priorities took over, didn't they? He went and had a family, work life, the sort of
80.
balance. It was darts that sort of took a bit of a back seat for him. But what the Super Series has done is allow players of that sort of
100.
international standing within the game a platform and something to look forward to, something to be excited about. Because that's what makes you want to practice when you've got something on the horizon.
128.
When you've got something to look forward to, a big game. You don't just come home and go, do you know what, I'm going to watch Coronation Street tonight. You go, do you know what, I'm going to have an hour on the board.
Johnny
And then I'm going to watch
requires
Coronation Street.
40. Game shot on the first
Well,
leg.
that's pinned
Johnny
into the
Haynes.
top corner, and that's the first chapter written by Johnny Haynes. Has Gail Platt died yet?
Second leg, it's Moreno
What?
to throw first.
Isn't she getting killed
Game
off? Is it Gail Platt?
I don't read the spoilers. I don't. You've just ruined it for me if she is. Apologies to Coronation Street fans if you
90.
just had it ruined by Henry Deacon. He ruins my day most times, so welcome to the club.
140.
Also, the year's not 1995. You don't need spoilers from Corrie. Anyway, these two have got potential to be spoilers in this group.
140.
You had a look at these two and you saw the betting. Haynes was 11-2 with the bookies. Moreno Michels 15-2. They were 4th and 5th favourite with the odds compilers before the dart was
81.
thrown this morning. And you felt that if these two could get up to speed quite quickly, then they could possibly ask a few questions of the top boys.
45.
Well, Johnny Haynes is one person that's never once cared for reputation. He's one of
41.
those players that almost relish playing those sort of big players. A bit like a James Richardson
96.
type player who, the bigger the name, the better.
Plays based on reputation. Yeah, so reputation of Moreno has really grown again.
139.
Really
Johnny require
launched himself on the
130.
stage here when he made that grand final in November of last year. It's maybe found it a little bit more difficult to replicate
90.
those successes.
Moreno, you
But every
require
time he's here,
40.
he's made it through to a Saturday, and he's always there or thereabouts. Double 10.
Game shot on the
1-1.
second leg.
Level
Moreno
match.
Michels.
And so far, this has been
Third leg, it's
the best
Johnny to throw
quality
first.
contest that we've seen
Game
so
on.
far this morning. Both players averaging in excess of 90. The doubling been much better than what we've seen at times.
100.
I just thought of something a little bit sad, actually, Henry. This is week
59.
11, isn't it, of the Super Series?
Yes.
Next week's week 12, which will be our last standard week of 2024.
Oh, we'll have to get the violins out.
100.
Which means Thursday's going to be really interesting, isn't it, when we announce the lineup again for next week? Because that's going to be the last lineup and the last opportunity for people to get into Champions Week. And we
58.
normally end the years with some bumper lineups.
All I will say is there's some big names in week 12 at
41.
the live lounge. Trust me, they don't get bigger than some of them.
Do you mean big names as in they've got lots of letters in their
100.
name, or big names as in they've achieved a lot?
I'm not going to digress anymore. You'll have to find out Thursday night
82.
from around about 11:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel. And then all eyes will be on that Champions Week. And then after that, we've got the ADC
58.
Global Championship, which really is gathering pace and gathering momentum. Johnny Haynes actually lost out in the final of a qualifier in that particular tournament to Adam Lipscomb.
81.
But throughout the course of the day, played like an absolute dream. And he's been playing some decent stuff here on the cusp of a 2-1 lead.
97. Johnny
Michels has
required
applied some pressure on
97.
this 97.
$57. Moreno, you require
Well, he
129.
set up, but now he hopes that Michels has got a ton topper in the locker. Of which he hasn't. And so Haynes will
42.
return
Johnny
to the top of the
required
board
40.
to return into the lead. It's a double the one in leg one. It's not going to be the double the wins in leg three.
Gets
But
on
double
the
10
third
will.
leg, Johnny Haynes.
And Haynes is 2-1 up.
Before a dart was thrown, I looked at this game and I thought, this is quite a 50-50
Fourth
game.
flag,
This is
it's
quite
Moreno
a
to throw first.
evenly matched
Game
game,
on.
of which we've seen nothing to suggest otherwise in the opening three legs, and gets the vibe of a game that's going to go all 7 legs, all with holder thrown.
84.
We mentioned Johnny's run in the ADC Global Qualifier. Lost out by 5 legs to 3 in the final to Adam Lipscomb, who averaged just under 94 in that
45.
game. Haynes averaging 82, but he had some real decent performances en route. He beat Jason Heaver with a 93-94 average by
100.
5 legs to 0. Won in the quarterfinals with a 96-26 against a former series finalist in the last 16.
125.
82.51 win against Matt Cast. And then a 5-2 win against Scott Marsh in the
85.
last 32. Beat some decent names en route, but missed out in the final match to the baby boy, who's looking to be the top boy of the
41.
Global Championship in a few weeks' time. Means we'll have to get that Glenn Durant promo
100.
video out.
$100.
Oh,
Moreno,
something
you require
interesting here Johnny Haynes
132.
has just done with his darts. This is something he's done for many years as well. You may notice now the barrels
60.
just become a little whiter. He's got some chalk with him there, you see. Just chalking the barrels. Something you don't rarely see
78.
nowadays.
Moreno, you require 72.
Tots and Michels. Tots to a
Gets
level
on the
game.
fourth flag,
2-2.
Moreno Michels.
Well, everything about Johnny Haynes is very old school, isn't it? It's the same setup he's always
Fifth
used.
flag, it's Johnny to throw first.
And they are,
Game
his
on.
darts, light as a feather. He actually once let me have
95.
a little chuck with them. And they're one of the lightest sets of darts I've ever thrown.
140.
There's no one better
84.
to assess some tungsten than Henry Deacon, is there? The
97.
darts oracle himself. Very thin darts as well that Johnny Haynes has, which leaves plenty of room in the treble 20. Oh, he's a big maximum hitter.
108.
Speaking of maximums,
Johnny require 142.
Are we coming up to the boil here? Haynes is going to take out the 142. Michels is going to
98.
return for
Moreno, you
the
require
84 for the break of foe and a 3-2 lead. And it's going to be a darter double 11.
73.
Moves on the
Johnny, you
inside.
require 44.
So Haynes 44.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Johnny
Tops
Haynes.
pitched perfectly. And Haynes 3-2 to the good. 14 darter as well in that previous
Sixth leg.
leg.
It's Moreno to throw first.
and yet Moreno
Game
still had a dart to break the throw. Just showing the level that Moreno was finding and what he needs to find if there's
41.
going to be a break. But that is an invitation now for Johnny Haynes to try and take ownership of this game.
84. $140.
Moreno himself tried to qualify for the Global Championship in December. He played on the ADC Dutch Tour, which had one spot
58.
available. Jim Vanschke actually narrowly missed out on that. It was Donny Schuurwaarter who's going to be here in a few weeks' time. He's going to be in week 2 of the Global
59.
Championship alongside the Benelux Trophy champion, Marvin van Velzen, the reigning Super Series champion, but that ain't going to last long.
121.
A new name, or potentially a returning name, of course, in the case of Andreas Harrison and Scott Taylor, will be on that trophy in a few weeks' time.
108.
Could be that man.
80.
Who's fired in his second max of the match to take us all the way to a last leg decider for the second
44.
consecutive
Moreno, you
contest
require
today.
81.
Double 12. He has got time,
75.
and he's going to head down to the trap door.
$56. Moreno, you require 6.
Double 3
Game
for
shot on the sixth
3-3.
leg. Moreno
And we head all
Michels.
the way to a last leg decider again. Second in succession.
7th and final leg. It's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
No, you know me, Henry. I hate to say, or I hate
6.
to blow my own trumpet with predictions, but, you know, I did say this was a 4-3 all going with hold to throw to that point. If you enjoy the pat on the
99.
back.
You know what they say about broken clocks, Matt?
55. $134.
And that two-treble turn for Moreno Michels could force the first break in this game in the final leg of the game.
100. $78.
Loose last start there for Moreno as he's just trying to take charge of the final leg. Got to resist this visit here for Johnny Haynes, who's not
100.
able to follow in the first start, and now Moreno Michels has the advantage. He's guaranteed 6 starts here at the 190. And the last start
82.
brings him down to a 1 treble finish.
$100.
Haynes leads himself
Moreno,
on
you
a 2
require
darter, but it's
108.
first chance Michels to win this match. 108 to win it. He's not going to get a dart, and so Haynes, it may just be the odd shot at the ball.
48.
But this is his chance to register a second win to kickstart his day. Middle of the board. Would have been for 4 points.
Moreno, you require 60.
And so Michels stays at tops. And it's going to be the Dutchman that ends round 2 on 4 points. He gets the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 3. After Haynes missed a dart to win the game at the bullseye. That's the tail of the tape from our 6th game of the morning session. Moreno Michels beating Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break is Andy Davidson in action. And he takes on Cedric Waegemans.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man.
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Moreno Michels got the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 3. That rounded off the second round of fixtures for the day. And it's seen the Dutchman and Andy Davidson, the only players preserving perfect records so far. They both won 2 from 2. The other winners so far today being Cedric Waegemans and Johnny Haynes. Jim Long and Conor Heneghan are without a win so far, and they were the 2 bookmakers' favourites at the beginning of this group to go on and win it. So into round 3 we go, and we kick off with a meeting between Scotland and Belgium. Andy Davidson and Cedric Waegemans going toe-to-toe. Davidson preserving a perfect record, and he made a real push towards the line in his previous match against Conor Heneghan, an average of 93.85, 4 from 7 on the doubles, and his last 2 legs were world class. 14 followed by a 13. It was just too much for the Irishman. Whilst for Cedric,
First leg, it's Andy to throw
he
first.
picked up his first win against Jim Long, had to rely on a number of missed opportunities. But now he's got that win under his belt. It's just bringing a bit more confidence. But this man here, Andy Davidson, who beat Jim Long in his opening match, didn't play towards his best, but has been growing as the day goes along. Is there a telling fortune now that once
58.
Davidson's hit his stride that he begins to run away with things?
Well, we know he's got the quality.
140.
3 big titles to his name now. One here at the Super
6.
Series, picking up a weekly title. Malta and Wales. 2 silver-ranked events on the WDF circuit. Gives him a fair few points and will
10.
probably have him seeded now for quite a lot of the WDF tournaments, which gives him a much bigger opportunity now of picking up even more titles.
100.
And he is a player I fully expect that we will see on that Lakeside stage in 2025, should he not opt to go the tour card route, because if Andy Davidson rocked up at Q School in January, you're going to give him a big chance of getting through.
$128.
Waegemans 145 for the break and throw in to take out the opening leg. Not going to be done now. And so Davidson back for 60 to take out the opening leg of this encounter. He's going to have to take it out with Waegemans sat on a double.
40.
And he is going to get a go at tops.
40.
Nice marker.
20.
Oh, he's clipped the
And
dart.
required 20.
Not quite sure about the little shuffle beforehand, changing the angle. He wasn't able to use it. That's how you use a dart. That's how you use the marker there. Andy Davidson snatches the darts out the board in frustration despite winning the leg, and that'll probably be because it took him that time, and he gave the opportunity as well there to Cedric.
But as well as Andy's played at points today, he has been giving opportunities, and he's had to be hopeful of other opportunities. He hasn't dominated the day like the scorelines in his first 2 games would suggest.
But that's a good position to be in, when you know you're not playing your best, but you're still winning. Because if you
22.
are of strong minds, what you can do in that situation is go, well,
98.
I don't need to be at my best to win this. And then when I am at my best, these guys have got no chance.
48.
And of course, you know all too well, Matt, what it's like to lose to Andy in a final.
140.
In the Welsh.
Oh, is that it? I thought you was going somewhere
Well, I
with
was
it.
going to ask you what you experienced sports
100.
losing to Andy, and how difficult a player he is to play against.
Do you know what? After that final, Andy Davidson was talking about
58.
all sorts of other things, about the game, about the light, about everything else. And I stopped him and I says, stop talking about all that stuff and enjoy your
59.
moment.
Andy,
And I think that's something he needs to do. He needs to enjoy the winning feeling. Don't analyse everything. You've just won your first
52.
WDF title. You've just won a silver-ranked event. Enjoy it.
Some good names on that trophy as well. Really historic competition, the Welsh Open.
I actually felt more like
Andy
a
required
mentor or a
92.
father figure in that moment.
888.
Game time,
2-0.
second
And
leg.
Davidson
Andy
gets the break of throw.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
One thing that comes across as well, really, with Andy is not just how good a
45.
player he is, but he's got a real infectious personality. One of the game's real good guys.
123.
Yeah, one of the things that is really evident on those tours, certainly WF Tour, is the amount of people that
140.
watch the Super Series and the amount of young players that wanted to talk to Andy Davidson about his experience here at the Super Series, and he was very well accommodating. He'd make a very good ambassador in regards
58.
to his interactions.
$140. 58.
Right, he's got to be careful here because his throw could be broken here. Waegemans left himself with a 2 darter after 12. And suddenly a game that looked so comfortable for the Scot could
95. Cedric,
become a bit more perilous. If Waegemans takes this out, we're back on throw at 2-1 and he'd have the darts for a level game.
19.
But they were not close.
And you require 105. $97. Cedric, you require 40.
To get a leg back.
No score.
But all three were pitched so close to the wire, but they couldn't find a way in. This was a double that won Andy Davidson his week.
Shot on a third leg.
And that's a double that's put him 3-0 to the goods.
I think one thing we're learning here about Cedric is...
Fourth leg, it's Cedric to throw first.
I don't think he's quite got that ability yet or the understanding in how to use a marker dart. Because dart 1 was perfect. Dart 2 was even better. And he wasn't able to use it there with dart 3. And that's not the first time we've seen that where we've gone, that's a perfect marker. He did the same on the double 10 earlier, but then moved.
134.
And he had the perfect lie. He had the perfect angle of entry. I don't think he has got the ability to use the dart yet. I think he's always looking for an open target or an open bed rather than playing in. Off of darts, a bit, like say, basketball, netball scenario.
Can that be partly down to the fact that he doesn't play as much as perhaps he would like? Or is that not an excuse at all?
Or
45.
perhaps he's not had this sort of experience like he's going to have this week where he's going to have lots of games and lots of footage to analyse because he's got a different point of view to what
94.
we've got. He's got the point of view of being a player standing at the back of the stage. You're going to get a different point of view, a different angle, a different understanding of
58.
the darts and how they land, and it might be a learning curve for him here this week because he's got a lot of tape come the end of the
92.
week. But he may not have much more tape in this game.
Davidson looking to rally towards a third consecutive victory at the beginning of the day. 84 points away from 6 points on the board. The bull
59.
is
Cedric,
not
you require
found by the Scot.
138.
Didn't feel like he needed to go to it there, but full respect
Andy
given to
required
Cedric from
25.
Andy Davidson.
2 8s.
9.
Would have been to seal the
Cedric,
third
you
consecutive
require
win.
80.
May just be one at tops. We may not be anything. Had to recover trouble with dart 2, was
40.
unable to do so.
Andy, you require
And so he
16.
gifted this third opportunity for Andy Davidson to win this match. And this
Big
time he
shot
does
and the
find the
match,
double 8.
Andy
And he
Davidson.
used that marker. It's a 4-0 win for Andy Davidson. It's a third win of the day for the Scot. Hasn't played at his best at times. Sometimes he's just had to drag results out. But that's exactly what he's doing. The raise of the eyebrows. He knows to a certain extent he's been getting away with it, but then he's been doing enough to carve out the opportunities to win games today. His latest success, a 4-0 win against Cedric Waegemans. Coming up after the break is Conor Heneghan against Moreno Michels.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson!
This is where... Hang on, wow.
John
Bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello!
It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around. He gives
He's He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley
Away
Brooks.
days and Bradley Brooks.
May see a double-double. Does go double 19. What's another double 19? Great shot. What a shot. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
And we've reached the one. James Jordan the first.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their darts stand up to. Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Cox for a breaker throw. With that 20. Stops the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andy Davidson picked up his third consecutive victory at the beginning of the day. He got the better of the Belgian Cedric Waegemans by 4-0. So to game 8, our middle match of the session, and it sees that man there, Conor Heneghan, in action. The Irishman looking to pick up his first win of the day up against Moreno Michels, who's preserving a 100% record. He's won each of his opening 2 games on this Monday morning. Successes against Cedric by 4-1 in his first match before then beating Johnny Haynes in a last leg decider in the previous contest that he's played today. For Conor Heneghan, it was an uncharacteristic first game to his day. The less said about it, the better. But as far as his second game is concerned, 4-2 defeat to Andy Davidson. He brought the game back to 2-2 before Andy then went out in 14 and 13 to cross the line. There was more signs of encouragement in his second match.
There was, but there's that left drift again. First dart, Conor Heneghan, and it makes me wonder if there's value here, because Moreno Michels before a dart was thrown 11-10. So above the even money split here, Moreno, who has been significantly better than his opponent today. And Conor Heneghan, something is just not sitting right with him at the moment. And there, the reaction now to the darts going left. He's becoming aware of it, which then makes it an even bigger problem. I think this one could be priced incorrectly.
It's one of those where at the beginning of play, it probably was a fair reflection of where both players are at, but actually in play, it's not.
No, on the balance of what we're seeing so far today, it's the wrong way round. We know what Conor Heneghan's got in the locker. We know he can turn this around. We know he knows how to manage a week. He's been so successful here at the Super Series. But so has Moreno Michels.
140.
That was always a debate, wasn't it, with Moreno? Is it Moreno
96.
Michels? Is it Moreno Michels?
161.
I think it was also Moreno Michels that was having a shout for a time. Bullseye. For a tub plus shout. Clip to 25.
Conor, you require 148.
Will return. This time, a much
98.
more gettable finish.
Moreno, you
Just
require
a single.
25.
Required for double.
2 8s for the lead. It's a 14 darter to kickstart for Moreno Michels. And he's one of those no-fuss players, isn't he? He gets up, gets on with his jobs. There's no histrionics. There's no this, that, the other about it. He gets up, he throws darts, and he throws very good darts.
100.
It's always interesting to think at this time of year what the future holds, because this is the time of year decisions need to be made. If you're going to be going to Q School, you have to know now, because you have to build up to that event. You don't just turn up and take it in your stride. You have to be prepped and prepared and ready for it. So players now be making decisions on what the next year holds for them. Are they going to be Going on the ADC, the
96.
WDF, are they going to be attempting the PDC? Are they happy with challenge to all places?
119.
And it's always a tough one to call, isn't it? Because when we assess things, we always assume that everybody wants to try and play at the highest level possible. But some people, as we've seen in the past, with
84.
the likes of Robert Thornton, opting to go, no, actually, I'm happy at this level. This is a level I want to play at. This is a level I enjoy.
96.
And I wonder if we're going to see more people go down that road over the next few weeks.
83. Moreno, you require 126.
6 darts for a 2-0 lead for Moreno Michels. Another left double 6. Doesn't have to go for the pull, but he did do so.
101.
Once again, clipping the 25. Heneghan can only apply pressure. And apply pressure he will.
137.
He's left
Moreno,
himself
you
on
require
tops,
25.
forcing this to go. 2 8s.
Game shot on the second
2-0
leg. Moreno
Michels.
Michels.
And if Heneghan took that leg, it would have been daylight robbery.
Third leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on. 99. $95. 85. 58. 70.
It's almost getting to the point where it's every visit for Heneghan that he's losing the darts to the left.
100.
You can see that detachment now that he's getting with the game, just starting to look around the room a little bit, reacting to the fives.
43.
Moreno probably in a stronger position than it appears. Certainly now.
108.
Sniffing opportunity all around, isn't he? 68 points away for the double break and a 3-0 lead in this contest.
68.
Great dart, double 4. 14
Edge on
darts
the
is his
third
second
leg,
of the
Moreno
match.
Michels.
And Moreno Michels is 3-0 to the good, and he has the darts in hand now to set a 4-0 success,
Fourth
and it
leg,
would
it's
be
Moreno to throw
the
first.
second time today,
Game on.
if that was to be the case, that Heneghan has been drubbed to 0.
Well, it's making that 11-10 look a little bit silly right now, isn't it, Moreno Michels?
140.
Now trading at 1-50. Oh, it's there again. Just not working for Heneghan today. He's
85.
getting very despondent, very frustrated.
140.
And at this point, he'll probably just be hoping the game gets over very quickly.
Or does he?
108.
As he piles in a maximum. Just keeps himself for the coattails of Michels. But Moreno charging
100.
towards the victory post. If Heneghan hits another treble, left himself on a 2 darts and would have possibly been the favourite for the leg. But Michels' favourite for the match. He's not going to take out the 1-2-1 here. But Heneghan needs a Hail Mary effort to save it.
Conor, you require 151.
He went 51 ball.
87. Moreno, you require 40.
This is for the match. Double 10. The way his darts slide,
20.
that was the worst
Conor, you
possible
require
dart for him.
64.
Well, Heneghan had a chance to keep this game going and get one of the breaks a throw back. It's only going to be one dart. His first dart at a double in this game, and that's all he needs.
Flag, Conor Heneghan.
He's done very well there, Conor Heneghan, to dig deep. It wasn't going well for him. Moreno opening with
Fifth
back-to-back
flag, it's Conor to throw
140s.
first.
Opening a sizable gap. Only a maximum would have gave Conor Heneghan any sort of opportunity. But he is really
134.
starting to find here. Showing some true character.
He's battling back, and he's battling back well. And he is one of those players,
100.
Conor, that sometimes when he does have a bee in his bonnet, he can sometimes use that to his advantage. We were actually speaking myself and Paul Nicholson on Saturday about Bradley
60.
Brooks, that when he uses his aggression and his energy in a good way, he can use it to propel his game. And Conor has a similar trait. Sometimes it has spilt
140.
over, but I do think in recent times he's been able to manage that a lot better than he did in the past.
59.
It's an easy game to get frustrated with because the difference between success and failure is so tight. That dart there for Moreno.
81.
Really good point. A well thrown dart, just the wrong side of a very tiny wire. The difference between 40 points.
60. $140.
He's left himself on tops after 12. He's on the cusp. Heneghan needs a hit big and then hope. Michels 3 for
80.
9 on the
Moreno,
doubles.
you require 40.
33%, and he's got 3 in his hand here to win it. Double 10. Fives. Inside.
35.
Heneghan's back to extend it.
108.
Well, that's 6 starts now, isn't it, for Moreno? They're starting to add up. But he'll get more.
68. Moreno, you
So
require
Michels
5.
to round off a 4-1 victory is going to have 2 darts in his hand at double 2.
Game shot and the match.
And that is
Moreno
6
Michels.
points for Moreno Michels. 3 wins and 3. It's trip up after trip up so far for Conor Heneghan. 3 games played, 3 defeats for him. His numbers are getting better, but he's not getting opportunities. And credit to Moreno where credit's due. That was a really good performance. In fact, it's the best numbers we've seen all day. 95, 58, 4 from 13 on the doubles. Michels, a 4-1 winner, a 3rd consecutive success for him. Coming up after the break, it's the final match from the 3rd cycle. It's Jim Long up against Johnny Haynes. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Moreno Michels join Andy Davidson on 6 points at the top of the group, courtesy of a 4-1 win against Conor Heneghan. Our 9th match sees Jim Long and Johnny Haynes go toe-to-toe. Long without a win to his name. He went off the 7-4 favourite with the odds compilers to go on and win this Group A, whilst Johnny Haynes found himself
First leg, it's Jim to throw
odds
first.
of around about 11-2 in the betting to go on and win that particular group. And if he wins this match, he'll be on 4 points, a couple behind the top two in Davis and Michels. And interestingly,
100.
Andy Davidson and Moreno Michels play in the last match of the session. They'll then go toe-to-toe in the first match of tomorrow. So for players like Johnny
100.
Haynes, in particular, who's on 2 points, decent legs difference, he could put himself in situ and just hang around the periphery when them two go toe-to-toe at the end of the day.
95.
The problem is very evident. The problem is very clear for Jim Long today. It's not been the problem in regards to scoring and getting down to a finish, getting an opportunity.
140.
The problem has been converting the opportunities for Jim Long. He has managed 38 darts at a double in his opening 2 games, of which
96.
he has only hit 4. For those of you who work in percentages, 10.52%.
100.
That is not going to cut it at most levels, never mind here at the Super Series.
140.
Time 40 for Long.
Johnny
Leaves
requires
himself on a
161.
2-darter. This would be a rip roarer, but it's just the other side of the treble 17. So Long returns for this 70. Evident to everybody.
85. Jimmy requires
His issues on the
7.
doubles today. He's hoping that he has sharpened up in the intervening period between match 2 and match 3. His first chances at tops.
50.
A double that has played him all
Johnny
day long and
requires
continues
76.
to do so. Double 16 leads double 12.
64. Jimmy required 20.
Well, it's a good scoring start to this first leg.
Game shot on the
And
first
Jim Long
leg.
gets over
Jim
the
Long.
line in 16 to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Now, Jim has kind of got
83.
an interesting situation this week. Because, yes, he wants to win the Super Series title and all the rest of it. However, if he doesn't qualify for Saturday, he has got an opportunity
6.
to come back here in December. Because on Saturday is the last qualifier for the ADC Global Championship. And it's the seniors qualifier,
85.
which takes place in Stoke. I mean, it'd be a fairly traverse-like journey to Stoke-on-Trent from Portsmouth. I attest to that.
Henry has come from Canada
6.
to Portsmouth. I don't think Portsmouth to Stoke's going to be too much of a problem.
But you know where I'm coming from. He's got options and opportunities. So
59.
if this doesn't work out, he could possibly go there and be one of the favourites to win it. But very much on his mind is Super Series success. But that just sums up where the sport is at this present moment in time, where if one thing doesn't work out, you can very quickly
58.
get back on the horse and find something else that's going to give you a route towards success.
Welcome to darts in 2024. There's always new opportunities and horizons around the corner. There's so many
84.
systems. Yes, people like to commit to one system as their primary source. However, there is plenty of opportunity on a weekly basis to get some
59.
high-quality competition.
We'll have a little run through the runners and riders for that particular competition in the next leg.
100.
Haynes leaving himself on a 2-darter to level this contest up at 1-1.
$100. Johnny require 90.
pull for tops. Now heading back towards
65.
the bullseye.
Jimmy
Unable to
require
find, and so long for a 2-0 lead. If he took that out, that would have been somewhat ironic when you consider the played problems he's had on the doubles so far this morning.
94. Johnny required 25.
Double 4.
Game shot on his second
1-1.
leg. Johnny Haynes. Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. .44.
As we mentioned today, Johnny just narrowly missed out on qualification for that Global Championship in December. But he's looking for tangible success in Portsmouth. Man who is very well known as a big 180 hitter,
60.
particularly locally. And you know what Maxis give you? Opportunities for a 9-dart leg, but he goes 5 deep and no further.
He has actually got a registered 9-darter. That came in back in 2014. Players' Championship number 10 back in the days when the Pro Tour used to go to the K2 in Crawley. The 25th of May. 9-darter against Jelle Klassen. Now playing his trade on the PDC Pro Tour once again.
Well, Haynes has left himself on a 2-darter after 9 here to get the break of long.
100
and Maxi for the Canadian.
80.
Keeps himself
Johnny
in the equation.
81.
But Haynes here go through the gears, averaging the best part of 96. And he's going to get a darter.
Oh.
Double 80
71.
is what he wanted, but double 30 was what he went for. A slight mathematical meltdown there for Johnny Haynes. He scratches his head and he could be left wondering in a few moments' time if Long could take out this 77.
The fact he hit it as well would make it oh so more painful.
72.
I don't think there's been
Johnny
any conviction, has there, in any of the
10.
Jim Long doubles.
And he will spurn the dart here because he always goes 2 double 4. He always does this.
2.
But it turns out he doesn't always
Jimmy
hit it.
require 5.
Well, Jim Long's been passing up opportunities all day. But he's getting another one here that he didn't expect.
Game shot on the
But
third
it's
leg.
one that he
Jim Long.
cashes in on this occasion. Bit of a steal there for Jim Long, and able to keep hold of his throw.
Fourth leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
2-1 in front. Looking for that first win of the day. Just to put himself back in the picture as well.
100.
We mentioned the lineup for that Global
100.
Championship. Have to send our congratulations to friend of ours here at the Super Series, Shane Haywood, who won the North qualifier yesterday. He beat
6.
former series finalist Tom Sykes 5-4 in the qualification final. The list of players is as follows for the Global Champs.
140.
Week 1, Group A, Thomas Banks, Andreas Nicolai, Brian Roman, Andy Bolton, Sebastian Białecki. Gemma Hayter comes in due to the withdrawal of Dieter Hedman. Darryl Pilgrim, Bradley Brooks and Bradley Roos in Group B. That's going to be easy to keep up to date with, isn't it? And Adam Lipscomb and Conor Heneghan will play in the Group C alongside the seniors qualifier.
6.
And then in the second week, Gary Stone, Marvin van Velzen, Donny Schuurwater, Adam Mould, Evan Poulsen and Vicky Puem are in Group A.
101.
Group B, Joe Croft, Charlie Martin and John Desramo. And in Group C, Shane Haywood, James Bailey and Johan Gildenhuys, the South African qualifier.
139. Johnny, you require 140. 100. Jimmy requires 62.
When you're not hitting your doubles, you tend to find these low combinations are the things that help you out.
22.
Fine effort.
Johnny, you
Just on the
require
top
40.
wire. And we could. Be going for a level game.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Johnny Haynes.
Everything going with the throw here. In this ninth
Fifth leg.
fixture
It's Jim to throw
of our
first.
Monday action.
Game on. $100.
Coming up after this match in the fourth round of games, Cedric Waegemans takes on Conor Heneghan. Johnny Haynes up against Andy
100.
Davidson. And then Jim Long's next match is against Moreno Michels. What has been a quick fire morning of arrows here at the Live Lounge, as we expected it to be.
100.
One thing we didn't expect, though, if I would have said to you, coming into the end of the third cycle of fixtures, the bottom of the table, the bottom two players will be Jim Long and Conor Heneghan, who between them will not have a single point on the board. I think you'd have thought I'd lost my mind.
In fairness, Matt, I have that thought about you on most occasions, but on that particular occasion, you would be right. In fact, the form book of the bookies have been completely turned on their head, because Long and Heneghan were the two favourites to
100.
go on and win this Group A. A matter of fact, Jim Long went off second favourite for the week at 9-2. It was only the lethal biscuit himself, James Wilson, who went off 10-3 with the bookies.
130.
Darren Johnson went off third favourite at 11-2. DJ.
60. Jimmy requires 71.
For 3-2. To put his nose in front and to put himself one away. But he's missed the big number.
When you've got a real weakness in your
31.
game like Jim Long has
Jimmy
today with the
require
doubles, it
141.
then starts to eke into other areas of your game. You start to panic, you start to feel you need to score more, and on this case, missing a big number, and
105.
now
Jimmy
this tops has got
requires
pressure.
40.
The pressure is
Game
for
shot on the
tyres.
fifth leg. Jim Long.
And that doubling radar is just beginning to improve somewhat for Jim Long. 3 from 8 in this game. And you've got to remember the basis of
Sixth
which
leg.
he's
It's
coming
Johnny to throw
from.
first.
3 from 18
Game
and
on.
1 from 20 on his doubles in his first 2 matches of the day. And he's a leg away from his first win of the session.
58.
For Johnny Haynes, what looked like a promising start to proceedings could begin to turn sour somewhat. Had a poke at the bullseye to beat Moreno Michels, was unable to do that. And now his back's firmly
60.
against the wall against the Canadian.
$60. $100. $100. $140.
Lovely tight grouping again there for Jim Long. Get that quite a lot from Jim because he's one of these
59.
players that has a lot of repetition within the action. All looks very similar on the eye, doesn't it?
55.
Rhythm and a style. It looked like slowly but surely Jim Long was approaching the finishing line in this match, but that try score has just opened up a bit of a door for Johnny Haynes.
100.
Big last start
Jimmy
there.
require
Leaves himself
146.
on a finish with 1 treble, will leave himself a poke at the ball. Long unable to find Channel 19 with dart 1. The shot's off, and so Haynes to
57.
take us all
Johnny,
the
you
way.
require
Look at 1, 2, 4. Should get a poke now. He will at the ball. But he's unable to find it.
86.
He frails
Jimmy
his hand in the
require
air.
89.
And that bullseye that Haynes has just missed maybe what Long was looking at, but that treble leads himself to a
Good
double
shot. And the
16,
match, Jim
and he
Long.
only needed the one to win it. Much improved performance from Jim Long. He'll feel like his week is up and running now. His first win, a much improved performance. He's doubling much sharper than it was at the beginning of the session, and he has rounded off a 4-2 success against Johnny Haynes. So Jim Long is on the board, and there's a little bit of table separation beginning to appear because the top two are on 6, and there's a 4-point gap from P2 to P3. Next up, it's Cedric Waegemans and Conor Heneghan. It's the beginning of round 4.
Fabulous start from the young man. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet. In the online darts live league. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Rubio contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the winner, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on them forums earlier. Here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Yeah, you shot the
Absolutely
first leg.
outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 3 rounds of matches on this Monday morning, and this is what we've seen. Before the break, Jim Long got his first win of the day, beating Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2. Those 2 players you should never get mixed up. Moreno, Michels and Andy Davidson, they are 3 wins from 3 so far on this Monday morning. They're the 2 players at the top of the table. Davidson really has hit his stride. He had to dodge a few bullets in his opening match against Jim Long, but he had a really promising second game, played really well towards the line against Conor Heneghan. Moreno Michels just doing what Moreno Michels does. Solid, consistent, getting the job done. So, to round 4 on this Monday session here at the Super Series, and it sees Cedric Waegemans and Conor Heneghan go toe-to-toe. A battle of Belgium and the Republic of Ireland here. And for Conor Heneghan, he needs to get off the board and get off the board quickly. If he could win his last 2 games of the day, he just gives himself some room for manoeuvre. But 0 points or 2 points on day 1, he's basically looking at a fight for Group B or Group C later on in the week. But there has been signs over the last couple of games, though, of improvement from him after a really slow start.
First leg, it's Cedric to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, absolutely. Slow start for sure, but I think Cedric Waegemans, who's already got a win on the board, may be looking at this and seizing an opportunity. We don't know how much Cedric watches the Super Series and how much he'll be aware of Conor Heneghan, but he'll be certainly looking at the league table and knowing what Conor Heneghan's done today and sensing that this could be the game. Conor just can't stay out the fives, and he's only picked up 3 legs from his opening 3 games.
41.
This is where the experienced players would look at Conor Heneghan, look him be a bit vulnerable, and look to pounce. It'd be interesting whether
81.
Cedric has that particular mindset against him.
53. 55.
We mentioned it all day, haven't we? 5s, and he's done it in every single throw so far, Conor Heneghan today.
99.
And the more it's happening, the more dejected he's looking, the more frustrated he's looking.
100.
It's kind of becoming the story of his day.
95.
Now, Waegemans first to a finish in this opening leg of the match.
85. Cedric, you require 113.
To follow up a good dart 2, chased it and went wide with dart 3. And so Waegemans may feel
53.
like he's got 2 visits from
Conor,
here.
You require 135.
And yes, has taken out the 104, but he's shown no signs of taking out a finish like this. And
119.
sets up okay, but he's allowed Waegemans the opportunity to come back to the board. Tots a 1-0 lead. Double 10 now.
40.
Doesn't
Conor,
go. And so Heneghan returns for 2-8 to take the lead in this contest. No mistake at all. Heneghan 1 up.
We've said throughout the day that we feel Cedric is
Second leg, it's
maybe
Conor to
a
throw
player
first.
who
Game on.
hasn't quite developed the understanding of how to play off of darts and how to use darts.
140.
That's a perfect example there from Conor Heneghan, who's someone who really understands how his darts work for him. That little step to the side, opening up the bed and finding with dart number 2. That's the experience of having sort of video footage to review and look over.
60. 100. 100.
Much straighter, much firmer here for Conor Heneghan. This is encouraging.
58. 96.
Well, Heneghan took out a 104 earlier on in the session in his defeat to Andy Davidson. He's left himself on 105 to double his lead here to 2-0. Goes 25 first. Means tops. There's the first of them. There's the second of them. And that's spectacular from Conor Heneghan. You felt like he needed a spark, and he really is beginning to burst into life. 2-0 to the good. A ton plus checkout. Heno is in control.
This is the Conor Heneghan I think everybody expected to see here on this Monday's play.
100.
It's taken a few games, but he's arrived. And if you're going to make slip-ups, you want them to be on day one, because you can still correct the situation. You can still claw it back. We know he's got 59. The quality to run through the card.
Now, Conor Heneghan has been in so many situations in this building.
58.
But ironically, one that I cannot remember from him is a slow start on a Monday. He's usually such a front runner in groups.
140.
And if anything, actually, one of the problems we said about him was when he started off here was getting himself in positions and not then finishing the job off. But it'd be interesting to see
49.
how we see him respond from the setback of day one. He's responding well here. He's playing well here. Averaging 87 again.
77. 108.
Waegemans keeping close order and going to at least pull one back. He has been broken, obviously, in that previous leg.
135. Cedric, you require 114. 82.
Heneghan looking at 90 for the double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead. Oh, what a dart. Double 5.
85. Cedric, you require 32.
Cedric comes back to keep
on the
himself in the
Cedric
match.
Waegemans.
Well, I mentioned Conor
Full
Heneghan's
flag.
route
It's
to
Conor to throw first.
the
Game on.
Global Championship, winning that qualifier. Beat Dean Finn, who played excellently here a couple of weeks ago in the final. 4-3. He then beat Kieran Tian, the first ever winner of a week in this particular building in the semi-final, again 4-3.
180.
If you open this game, doesn't go 4-3, but Cedric has other ideas.
140.
I suppose there was a question as to who the best Irish player not on tour is, and for lots of people, Shane McGurk is at the
96.
top of people's minds, but Conor Heneghan will put himself and put his hand up and say, I'm in that conversation.
100.
Yeah, a lot of quality players from what is ultimately, geography-wise, a very small
59.
footprint area. Very, very passionate about the darts over in Ireland and produced some top quality players over the years.
83.
I'm sure John O'Shea will be watching this, and I'm sure that he would pass up issue if I don't mention his name in that conversation.
47. Conor, you
Hope you're
require
well, John.
93.
This is for 3-1 to Heneghan.
53. Cedric, you
himself on
require
tops.
119.
Waegemans back for 119 to level this match up. Tops
79.
to be, and so
Conor, you
Heneghan to
require
open up
40.
and to re-establish that two-leg gap.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Conor Heneghan.
Looking far more sure now, isn't he?
Yeah, keeping the darts straight,
Fifth
so that's
leg,
the
it's
big
Cedric
telling
to throw
fact. And
first.
it could have gone
Game
so
on.
quickly wrong because the opening leg, he had 5 scoring visits, of which 4 of them had that left-handed drift.
140.
But just looking more engaged now with the task, looking more like the player we expect to see.
108.
Something we've seen from him many times there up on the stage is that big 9-dart leg.
96.
He's had 2 of them. No players ever had 3 here, though. And we're not going to see that trend change in this leg.
He also had one in the old venue, didn't
40.
he, down in Southampton? So he has had 3 sort of in this format.
Yep, that was in the old live league.
133.
That was where he emerged. He actually won the first ever qualifier to play at the Super Series. Different format back then.
100.
It's actually played
Cedric,
online.
you require
His
132.
career has grown ever since. How one moment can change a life. And in terms of Conor Heneghan's career, that one qualifier has changed everything.
100.
Actually came over with his brother Martin the first time round.
136. Cedric, you require 32. Game shot on the fifth
Well, double
leg.
16's found again
Waegemans.
just to keep his neck above water, but Conor Heneghan looking to sink Cedric here. He has the darts to seal a 4-2
Sixth leg,
win.
it's Conor to throw first. Game on. $58. $100. $100. $100. $60.
Cedric may feel like, well, that's a great last
83.
start there. How has he found that treble from that position and not plonked the other one out? Just kept himself above the parapet in this leg, where he could threaten the break of Conor Heneghan here and enforce a last leg
38.
decider.
Well, he could have.
140.
Heneghan landing a big blow coming up into the business end of the game.
60. Conor, you require 83.
For the match, and to get his first win on the board, the bull. Oh, it's bounced in and out. He
Cedric, you
41 it,
require 120.
but a kiss of a wire has stopped his chances.
It hit the target. It's got to stay in. It's got to be retrieved. In soft tip. That'd have been
60.
game shot.
Conor, you require 50.
He thought he'd done the job once. But this
Game
time
shot
he's won
and
it
the
for good.
match, Conor Heneghan.
And for Conor Heneghan, that's a first win of the session. He's on the board. And for Cedric Waegemans, he now drops to the bottom of the table. He's actually having a chat with Jack Cohen about the puncher mark in the bullseye. And he thought originally saw him win the game. But all's well but ends well as he picks the points up nonetheless. An average of 88.68, 4 from 9 on the doubles. Decent performance that from Heno. Next up, Johnny Haynes against Andy Davidson.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the match.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where this is game 11 of our day. And before the break, we saw Conor Heneghan get the better of Cedric Waegemans by 4 legs to 2, averaging 88.64, 4 from 9 on his doubles and a 105 checkout. En route, right, Andy Davidson and Johnny Haynes next up for us on this Monday afternoon of Modus Super Series action. Davidson protecting a 100% record so far in this Group A. Hasn't been at his sparkling best. There's been glimmers of good stuff, but he's been doing enough to cross the line in games. Up against
First
Johnny,
leg,
who...
it's Johnny to throw first.
After he got the better of Conor Heneghan by 4 legs to 0, you thought maybe he's about to do things, but narrowly edged out in his last couple of matches. This has an air of a must-win for the punk, if he's to keep himself rocking in the Group A occasion.
100.
I feel this is a game, though, that may suit Andy Davidson, because once Johnny Haynes gets that first start out the hand after that little stabbing motion, he plays with a lot of rhythm and pace, and I feel that Davidson is somebody that will really benefit from playing a player like Johnny Haynes, who just gets on with it and gets on with it quickly.
140.
The pace of this game will suit both to the ground. We spoke earlier about styles making games. These two will get up and get on with it, and they will fire at a very fast tempo.
41. Andy, you require 130.
Awkward, but a great second dart. Bullseye for the 130.
83.
Well, he got the line okay, but the length wasn't quite there.
We'll be back to get the breaker throw here against Johnny Haynes in
140.
super quick time.
Andy, you require 47.
In about 90 seconds.
Game shot
Ultra quick, ultra good. Davidson won up with a breaker. 14 darter for the Scot. We are up and running.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. 80. $140. 97. 45.
The way the results are going, even on day one here, we could start to see a cut in the pack very early.
57.
I suppose you're always going to get that when you've got a player at the top who's currently defending his 100%
62.
record, that being Andy Davidson.
97.
What was the word we used at the start of the day when we looked at the odds? Ridiculous.
Yeah. And it's being proved to be that straight away.
100. Andy, you require 170.
Particularly when you want it, the fact that Jim and Conor have had a bit of a shocker as well today so far.
26. Johnny, you require 154.
But he has had a few moments like that today, as well as he has played. It hasn't been all gold dust
54.
for Andy Davidson
Andy,
thus
you require
far.
144.
But this is a finish he's already taken out once. but he's not going to do so for a second time.
128. Johnny, you require 100.
Tops.
60.
But not a second.
Andy, you require 16.
And so Davidson returns to double
No
8.
score.
But he's done a Paul
Johnny,
Hogan.
you require 40. Game shot on his second leg. Johnny Haynes.
There has just been a small criticism of Andy. It's just been those sort of moments where he's
Third
looking
leg,
like
it's
he's going to
Johnny
take
to throw
full
first.
control of a game and a
Game
situation. He's just making life a little bit more difficult. Now, he's handled it. He's done it well. Even though it's been more difficult, he's still managed to get the result. But
134.
drawing himself at times into what could be called unnecessary drama.
60.
And as you go through the levels and as you start playing at higher standards, that's where it's going to be a little bit tricky for him and you may get caught out.
41.
All these players looking to pick up a place in Saturday night's final, which is in front of a crowd here at the
134.
Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if you scan that QR code, it takes you to a website called www.dartshop.tv, where you can ascertain your ticket to a weekly finals night. And as a matter of fact, you can actually book your tickets for the ADC Global Championship via that particular site. It's www.dartshop.tv, the place to be to get your tickets for the Super Series.
150.
What a setup from Johnny Haynes.
100. Johnny, you require 36.
Potential 13 darter hit.
18.
He's missed 3 opportunities, and now he hopes that Davidson hasn't got a third ton plus checkout in his locker.
51. Johnny, you require 18.
Well, he said he likes to split. Continuing with that trend,
16.
but he's not hitting.
Andy,
Another
you
chance for a
require
breaker
56.
throw to give all breaks a throw here in the early part of this game. Tricky.
Game shot on the
Brilliant.
third leg. Andy Davidson.
You can see there as he's getting the darts out of the board. The darts lie flat. They lie angled down.
Fourth leg. It's Andy
So
to
that
throw
would have
first.
been a
Game on.
very, very tricky dart there for Andy Davidson. Had he had done that on the treble 20, he most likely would have
100.
switched.
I'm sure those at the ship-in in
58.
Dalkeith will be watching on with real intrigue. And he's playing in an afternoon or an
49.
evening session. They tend to have the darts on in the pub. And I know that when he's qualified for finals nights in the past, that a few friends of his from
100.
that particular establishment who support and sponsor him will be in attendance.
94.
See there, that angle of entry that we was talking about. How they laid down in the board for Andy Davidson. That the more traditional angle of entry there for Johnny Haynes.
137.
Which is why Davidson needs them low in the treble bed.
140.
Because of his pace, even though the darts lay flat, does he play pretty much on field? Because you haven't got much time when you throw fast in to readjust to dart one.
Most players do play on field
100.
nowadays, absolutely.
Andy, you require 118.
Can't think of many sighters now within the sport.
98.
It's almost a case of sighting that
Johnny,
one
you
up.
require 106.
Darter Tops has come and gone for a 3-1 lead, and this is for a level match. And to return the game to throw, and it'll make Johnny Haynes favourite. Tops for the
Game
106.
shot on the fourth leg.
And we
Johnny
have
Haynes.
parity in this contest. Just when it looked like Andy Davidson was going to race away with it, Haynes pins the
leg. It's Johnny
106.
to throw first.
Square us up at
Game
2-2. And it is the man from Swindon that has the darts to put his nose in front.
140.
I learnt something new about Swindon not too long ago. The Magic Roundabout.
How have you only found out about the Magic Roundabout?
Because I've never been to Swindon.
60.
I've never been to Swindon, but I know about the Magic Roundabout.
Yeah, but you know a
96.
lot about things that not many people know about. You come out with Football League stats from 1920.
83. 45. 98. 90. Johnny, you require
You mentioned the magic
120.
roundabout. Andy Davidson may find himself in Spaghetti Junction, or at least mentally anyway. If Haynes took that, it would have been back-to-back
Andy
tug toppers to take the lead from
170.
2-1 down. But Davidson looking for the fish. A clatter of dart 1 into dart 2 saw the opportunity
Johnny,
at the bullseye go
6.
begging. Haynes 2 at tots for 3-2.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Johnny Haynes.
When that target's on a string, Haynes is sometimes unstoppable.
6th leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. 45.
Is that the first holder throw in this game? It's gone the way of Johnny Haynes. First time he's put his nose in front. A very, very strong
85.
front runner.
$125.
In this group where only one player qualifies, you don't want a player to start opening up a gap, which is what Davidson would do here with a victory.
100.
So Johnny Haynes will probably be quite a popular character right now in the back room.
100.
I mean that Moreno and Michels would have the opportunity to have the outright lead. In fact, he could go 4 points clear if he won his last 2 games if Johnny Haynes wins this match, because Davidson and Michels go
85.
head-to-head in the final match of the session here at the Live Lounge.
64.
Goes 25 for the last start because that leads them on 167. Haynes looking to apply pressure. Oh, beautiful. Leads himself on 60 after 12. Davidson has to take it. He might take it. He was a whip for a while away from doing exactly that.
He requires 60.
But as quickly as he had a chance to salvage the game,
50.
he could have lost the game. But Johnny Haynes has spurned to dart at tots and tens to pick up his second win. But
17.
Davidson can't find a second wind.
You require 10.
And you know what Johnny will do from here? 2 for double 4.
2.
But that's now 4 darts that have come and
8.
gone. And Davidson comes back for a last leg decider. Double 2. It's getting
No
tetchy
score.
out there.
Johnny, you require 8.
Bends the wire. Double 2. He still
6.
can't find.
Andy, you require
Can't get over the
8.
line. Davidson wanted to take this to a last leg, and
Shot on the
last
6th
legs,
leg, Andy Davidson.
strange things can happen. This is where the pressure, the anxiety
7
levels,
from final leg. It's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
they do start to rise. The one treble shots become bigger.
60.
The misses become amplified. The chance presents itself in the opening 3.
60.
Johnny Haynes missed 9 darts to win the match in the previous leg. A shake of the head. There's almost a disconsolate look on his face.
100.
I think the shake of the head was at how far away that was from the treble. A sign that you're just throwing the dart early.
100.
Panicking a little bit, just losing a little bit of rhythm. That is perfect. Loads of room.
139. 140.
Both players matching each other. No treble visits. 1 treble visit. 2 treble visits.
Well, this is an old school ding dong, isn't it? Proper match play
100.
dart.
105.
Good use of the board there for Davidson to get
require
himself down to a
102.
possible 2 darter, a combination he's already took out today.
87 left. Double 18
Get
to
shot.
eventually
On the
cross the
march,
line at the 10th
Johnny
time of
Haynes.
asking. Johnny Haynes inflicts a first defeat of the day upon Andy Davidson. And the smile, you'll find it very hard to wipe off the face of Johnny Haynes after a decent performance, despite missing a number of darts at a double. And that 102 checkout joins the 106 that he picked up earlier on in the match in his Ton Plus catalogue. So Haynes 4, Davidson 3. Next up, Michels against Long.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Dazzler, Glenn Durant. Game, shots, and the match. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. Adrian, Jackal, King of Bling, the Dazzler, Bobby George. Game, shot, and
Welcome back. This is the Modus Super Series, and this is game 12 of our Monday morning session here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it sees Jim Long and Moreno Michels go toe-to-toe on this fabled stage. A meeting between Canada and the Netherlands to finish off round 4's action. And for Moreno Michels, he'll be buoyed by what he saw before the break, where Johnny Haynes got the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 3. Haynes pinning a 102 finish in the final leg, the deciding leg of that contest, to inflict a first defeat upon the Scot. And it means that Moreno, with a win in this contest, will move to the top of the table on 8 points, having won all 4 of his matches so far today. As for Jim Long, a much improved performance last
First
time
leg,
out.
it's Moreno to throw
4-2
first.
success against Johnny Haynes, averaging a shade under 87, the doubling much better than it was earlier on today. And we're just beginning to see with the likes of Conor, Heneghan and Jim Long, who got up to slow starts, that was only going to be a temporary measure.
55.
I think that's always going to be the case when you're dealing with quality operators. They can be down, but I don't think they're going to be down for long. Jim Long, far too consistent,
81.
far too reliable to be down at the bottom end of the table for too long in a session.
59.
Jim coming off the back of a World Seniors title at the weekend. He won Open Series 18, beating Jim McEwen by 4 legs to 2 in that final, averaging just a shade under 91. And that, as we've been mentioning all day, was good enough to qualify him in the top 12 of the WSDT rankings for the World Championship, which takes place at the Circus Tavern
100.
in February.
Was just that, was it? It was a semi-final as well in event number 17. A good weekend there for Jim Long. Beating some good players.
108.
Players like James Richardson, who we've seen here at the Super Series on a few occasions, and Richard Erling Rowland, someone who's been making good waves on the Seniors Tour as of late. He beat them in both competitions.
28. Moreno, you require 147.
Yeah, plenty of W's to that, Nate. Michels unable to take out the 147, although he does have time on his side.
Moreno, you require 50.
Michels looking at this 50 to take a 1-0 lead. 10 for tops. And on top, by pinning that double 10, Michels 1 to the good.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $140. 41.
What's been your highlights of the day so far, Matt?
I think the 180s has been a really good one today, hasn't it? Everyone playing the part in that.
140.
Cedric Waegemans, the biggest 180 hitter of the day so far. Despite being bottom of the table, he's managed to hit 5 so far. Although Moreno has drawn that level during this match. I think the real story and the real takeaway of the day, though, is that this is going to be a tightly contested group. And just when you think you've worked it out, just when you think you know the direction it's going to be going, I think there's going to be plenty of twists and turns
81. Jimmy
before we get to
156.
decision moment on Wednesday.
Great first start. Double 18. Well, he's been longing for a moment like that.
Jim Long.
And for Jim Long, that is absolutely out the top drawer.
Third leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Okay, I want to change that to the 156 finish of Jim Long.
60.
And of course, that on top of all of our best bits will be available on our highlights package. Available on the Super Series YouTube channel for extended highlights of every single session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. I think if Jim Long's to watch the day back, I think he'd prefer to watch the second half than the first. He really is beginning the break straight. He's averaging 108.
59.
You sounded surprised, Henry.
No, that's just a sore throat.
I think you'd have been surprised if you'd
66.
watched a couple of this morning's games and then just tuned back in again at this point here, the 108. But Jim Long starting to play more like the player we know he is.
95. Jim, you require 155.
Couldn't do it again, could he? It was the 156 of the previous leg, but he's unable to back up the 155. He has got time on his side, plenty of time. There's a chasm in terms of the averages of nearly 30 points.
134. Jimmy require 56.
But now there's pressure. We know there's a bit of fallibility in terms of the doubles, but not there. Long 2-1 up. And now you feel like he's got a vice-like grip of this contest.
4th flag. It's Jim to throw first. Game on. $140.
Interestingly as well, it feels like Jim's just injecting a bit more pace. It feels a little bit more rhythmical, whereas perhaps at points earlier on today, it just
41.
felt a little bit stop-start. He just couldn't quite break into his stride.
$94. $100.
Long guaranteed a place in the top 12. It's actually 10th in the WSDT World Rankings. John Henderson at the top of it. Robert Thornton number 2.
100.
Howson and Gates finish off the top 4. Paul Hogan actually 6th in the rankings. He's going to qualify for the Circus Tavern, as says Kevin Painter, Martin Adams
60.
and
Jimmy
Neil
require
Duff.
167.
Richard Rowlands and Jim McEwen hanging on to the last 2 automatic spots.
Good to see Kevin Painter in action as well, wasn't it, this
59.
past weekend at the seniors, and putting in some good darts at times as well. A couple of big power legs. I think he had a 12 darter, wasn't it, against Mark Dudbridge along the way as well, and
60.
some decent
Jimmy require
numbers.
108.
Some encouraging signs for the artist.
You feel like he's trending in the right direction, as too will Jim Long. Double 16.
76.
What would have been his 2nd ton plus checkout of the match. Average still just under the 99 mark.
96. Jimmy require 32.
Been really impressive so far.
Game shot on
He's
the
got a
4th
2-leg
flag. Jim
buffer.
Long.
Long 3-1 up.
Fifth flag. It's Moreno to throw first.
And a leg
Game
away from inflicting Moreno Michels his first defeat of the session. And it would mean Davidson against Michels would be a straight shootout at the end of the session to see who tops the group overnight going into Tuesday. And for Jim Long, it'll keep him in the picture, because if he wins this and beats Conor Heneghan, he's suddenly on 6 points, and suddenly he can see the woods from the
100.
trees.
I suppose it's not how you start a day, it's how you end the day. Andy Davidson
100.
had that sort of 100% record, didn't he, not long ago, and that went. Moreno could be going the same way. It could all start to unravel and start to congest
41.
at the end of fixture number 4. Then we've got a full cycle of fixtures still to go, where it could all get even messier.
91.
Yeah, 3 more games on this Monday, then we do it all again tomorrow, don't we? Well, don't sound too excited, Matt.
133. Moreno, you require 130.
Well, Moreno will be excited about this opportunity and this prospect, because he's got time on his side.
94.
It's back for 36, back for double 18 to reduce the gap to 3-2. Long's applied pressure, but he will feel as if it doesn't happen this
Moreno, you
leg, he's
require
got the throw in the
36.
next. And it's going to have to
shot
go
on
to the
fifth
next,
leg,
because
Moreno
Michels has found a
Michels.
14 darter to bring it back to 3-2. Long with the darts to see this contest out.
Sixth
And
flag.
to
It's
pick
Jim
up
to
his
throw
second
first.
victory in succession
Game
after
on.
losing his first 2. Confident, competent, perfect start.
180.
This is a man that has dominated the World Seniors Tour at times.
93.
This is a man that won a week the last time he was here, and he's beginning to really show that firepower now. Average still just lurking underneath the ton mark. It's been a perennial display from Jim Long. Split the difference, though, in this leg.
57.
Moreno is the biggest 180 hitter so far of the day now, and he's finding them at key moments.
125.
James Wade often talks, doesn't he, about not wasting a maximum. Nothing wasted here for Moreno. He's actually clawing himself back into the game. 3 maximums here, 4 across his first 3 games.
Moreno, you require 103.
And now looking to add a big finish with double 16.
Game shot on his 6th leg. Moreno Michels.
Magnificent for Moreno Michels. A 12 darter
final leg. It's Moreno
on the back of a 14 in the previous leg. He needed to hit Jim Long big, and he is. $100.
Big last start there. Not allowing Jim Long to find any encouragement.
59.
It's in Moreno's hands. The advantage of throw and a treble up.
108.
How the pendulum can swing so quick. Jim Long looked so in control. He was averaging around about a ton mark not too long ago. In fact, there's a point between both players in terms of the averages.
58.
Moreno Michels has hit 4 180s in this contest. He's power scored his way back into this match, and he's now the favourite to win it.
Exactly that, and let's not get this wrong. This isn't because Jim Long's made mistakes. This is because Moreno Michels has hit a completely different level. He has rose his game considerably.
Moreno, you require 130.
Jim Long now relies on Moreno mistakes.
41.
And Jim may feel that all the hard work that he's put in to try and salvage the situation may just go to waste. He'd be hoping this isn't dead cat.
140.
He's left himself
Moreno, you require
on a
89.
makeable finish, but this is for the match. 5 bonus. Beautiful. And the win is secured for Moreno Michels. He beats Jim Long by 4 legs to 3, having trailed by 3 legs to 1 in that contest. A run of 14, 12 and 15 in terms of legs 1 to get himself over the line. He power scored his way back into the match. Have a look at those 180 stats, 4 of them. And then in terms of the ton plus scores and all the rest of it, 1 treble turns, he tended to have a little bit more than Jim Long. He gave himself opportunities as a result, and he took those opportunities. 4 from 6 on the outer ring. 2 our final round of fixtures, and it kickstarts with Johnny Haynes against Cedric Waegemans.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, it sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? So on a 177 and a 180, he's on a potential 9 darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we saw our best game of the day before the break. Moreno Michels getting the better of Jim Long by 4 legs to 3. Michels have legs of 14, 12 and 15 from 3-1 down to win that match. Jim Long averaging 95 in it. Elsewhere, Andy Davidson saw his first defeat inflicted upon him by Johnny Haynes, and Conor Heneghan beat Cedric Waegemans by 4 legs to 2. This is how the table looks then. Going into the final round of matches, Moreno Michels leads the way, 8 points to his name. The only player now preserving a 100% record at the top of the group. Andy Davidson in second position on 6. Haynes on 4. Long, Heneghan and Waegemans with a solitary win to their day. Well, that's got to change for sure in game 14. Cedric looking for his second win here against Johnny Haynes, who will feel if he wins this match, 6 points, he'll just keep himself on the periphery as far as the top of this Group A is concerned. He's played some good stuff at times. He's hanging around the sort of territory you'd expect from Johnny Haynes. Mid to high 80s, doubling decent. You give him an opportunity, he's probably going to pounce upon it. Just everything you expect from the punk at the Super Series.
First leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
He's very well respected where he's from, Johnny.
43.
I remember when Josh McCarthy was here, and Josh is a great player. And I remember him saying, Johnny Haynes is the best player that place has produced. One of the best the Southwest have ever produced. And they produce some really good players. But
108.
like with some people, the professional circuit is maybe an endeavour for them. But I suppose what's a loss to a certain extent is our game, because we get to see a player like Johnny and we get to see him play some beautiful stuff.
Yeah, it's just one of those players that just didn't do the circuits, was he? He was more than happy to go around and play the
41.
the local open tour, shall we say.
155.
You'll often find him picking up a £250, £300, £500 winners
99.
cash in the pocket. Wonder how much of that was stuffed under the mattress.
140.
It's not a bad side hustle, let's put it that way.
56.
For the opening leg. 35 left. $15 for double
46.
10. Which is interesting because when he returns, he's going to split it again. If he returns.
100. Johnny, you require 10.
Double 4. Now down for double 2. A shake of the head for Johnny Haynes.
Cedric, you require
Had to spurn a
6.
dart. And you may be broken as a result.
Game shot on the first leg. Cedric
Waegemans one up. I want to ask you about that play there, Matt, because after the treble seven, 35 left, you're at 15 double 10. But knowing he's going inside, you have to spurn another dart. Is the percentage play just to go as per normal, 3 double 16?
He's clearly a guy that's got his plans, his routines, and doesn't deviate too far away from them, does he, Johnny Haynes? And I suppose at 60 years old and
43.
He's been playing the game for 65 years. I don't think he's going to be changing those habits.
Old habits die hard, as they say.
140.
Shouldn't really say die hard around this time of year, should we?
You're going to open that can of worms of, is it or not a Christmas movie?
140. $98.
I mean, they are trying to save Christmas.
Have you ever seen Die Hard?
I'll be honest, I never have. No.
Yeah, it shows, yeah.
Is it some kind of tower on Christmas Day or something?
45.
I'm more of a Love Actually man. Which probably isn't a surprise to many.
81.
Waegemans had a poke at this 160 in the previous leg. He found the first treble to it, unable to do so this time.
40. Johnny, you require 137.
Tops. Always goes tops if he's got 97. A chance of doing so.
Cedric, you require
able to apply the finishing touches. But Cedric should have left it far more handy than this.
60. Johnny, you require 40.
He had full authority of this leg, and he's let it slip as Cedric, and Haynes is punished to the hilt. In some weird way, 1-1 is an appropriate scoreline, but not how the game
leg. It's Johnny
panned
to throw
out.
First. Game on.
In terms of the actual gameplay. Haynes should have won leg 1, lost it. Waegemans should have won leg 2, lost it.
44. 100.
I suppose one of the good things about the ADC system is players like Johnny who doesn't want to commit to a full tour or something. They probably get left and lost and almost don't get their opportunities to flourish. Whereas with the system that you've got now with the ADC players, if they don't want to commit to the whole tour and doing everything, they can play locally, do what they do so successfully, but then get that big shot and opportunity.
Yeah, that's the thing that's been missing, I think, in darts. To play a system, to play a tour, you've always had to travel, whether that's within the UK or majority of the time internationally into Europe and beyond. The ADC, you don't need to do that. The ADC, you can master your area and then go out as the area champion to these regionalised nationals and now international events.
Game shot on the third leg. Johnny
He's going through the gears here, Johnny Haynes.
Fourth leg. It's Cedric to throw first. Game on.
That's his third tub plus checkout of the day. The 101 joins the 106 and the 102 that he got against Andy Davidson. That was a 15 darter as well. His average in excess of 90. And I suppose the difference with darts in comparison as well to other sports, you look at tennis, you look at golf, where players travel the circuit, travel around the world, but there's more of a professional aspect in terms of the money that's on offer in those sports. Whereas with darts, if we be frank about the reality of it, particularly at this level, everybody's got full-time jobs, so you're having to commit annual leave, you're having to commit money that may not be there unless you've got a manager or somebody backing you. It's not easy to do. And I can imagine you can attest to having done a year on the WDF circuit.
140.
Yeah, I've played many years on different tours, and they've all got different sort of pros and cons. But certainly nowadays,
121.
when you're playing events like the WDF, there is a genuine chance you could go to the WDF World Championship and owe them money.
140. Johnny, you require 140.
Haynes looking at 140, looking for another tub plus checkout. Double 10.
120.
That would have been the best of the
Cedric,
lot.
you require 97.
Double? Yeah, that was the intention, but not quite the execution.
73. Johnny, you require 20. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Haynes gets
Johnny
the break.
Haynes.
He pins the double 10. He's 3-1 to the good. He's in control of this contest, playing very well, averaging just under 97.
Fifth leg. It's Johnny to throw
Waegemans
first.
kind of playing around
Game
his
on.
level today. 81.5, but getting no change off of this man.
60.
You mentioned Johnny Haynes being from Swindon. I'm going to
85.
give you a little bit of a non-tungsten teaser for you.
Is it the Magic Roundabout?
No. Who was Swindon's manager when they won promotion to the Premier League?
60.
Very good player in his day.
$134.
We are all waiting with bated breath.
You went on to become England manager, if you want one more clue.
85.
Nope. I just want the answer so we can move on.
The answer's Glenn Hoddle.
43.
Johnny Haynes may be moving on. Maybe moving on to 6 points here with the victory, which will be a good return and a good tally for the day here. I think 6 points in a group that's tightly contested with quality that we have got on show here would be a good return.
140.
Really put him in a good position
Johnny,
for the rest of the week.
156.
156 for the match. Another one of them. That's a perfect first start. But he's unable to utilise it
128.
to the highest degree. But he's left
Cedric,
himself
you
on a
require
double.
99.
And Waegemans is on a free darter. Tops.
59.
To be. And so Johnny Haynes to finish his day with 3 wins from 5. Pretty much everything that you'd expect from this man. And he's got options. He doesn't like double 7. And he's decided to split. Double 6, double 1. It's one of the craziest ways you'll see a game 1. But Johnny Haynes has got over the line nonetheless. He can crack a smile. And he can sit back, relax, safe in the knowledge that he's picked up 6 points on his opening day. But that was a funny way to finish off that game, wasn't it? And it was a really good performance from Johnny. Average just under 94, 4 from 9 on the doubles. Next up, it's Long Heneghan. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Johnny Haynes got the better of Cedric Waegemans by 4 legs. One really good performance from Johnny there. Average just under 94, is finishing 4 for 9, a 101 checkout in there as well. And he threatened a couple of other big toppers in that match. But the final game of the day may well be a relief to both Jim Long and Conor Heneghan. They went off as the bookmakers' favourite to go on and win this Group A at the offset. Jim 7-4 favourite, Conor 11-4 to go and win this Group A. But they find themselves 4th and 5th respectively in this league table going into this match. Interesting times ahead. Matthew Edgar.
Well, both players started off, didn't they, today, and it just wasn't working. Conor Heneghan couldn't keep the darts straight, but as the day has gone on, he has got better, and he's coming into this off the back of his first victory.
Game on.
Jim Long put in a great performance statistically wise in match number 4, but it's been a little bit short, hasn't he, in the real crunch moments, missing important doubles. He's had 2 games now where he's lost in last leg deciders. So this one, a wide open game, very, very hard to predict. And I think that kind of
83
replicated in the odds. Jim Long 1-2 to win this game, which maybe is a little tight, and with that might represent a bit of value for Mr. Heneghan.
60.
The question is, who can finish what has been at times a turgid first day fairly strongly?
98.
Slow out the blocks, the pair, but they have shown the powers of recovery at times. Jim will feel like this should be a game where he's playing for 6 points for the
58.
day. He's 3-1 up on Moreno Michels in his last match before 14-12 and 15 darters on 3-1 down saw Moreno cross the finishing line, including a 103 checkout in there.
58.
But you know what the old adage says? Setbacks make for comebacks.
39.
And you feel like both players could do with a good night's sleep overnight and just rest, recuperate, go again.
50.
Fresh face, fresh minded for tomorrow.
$140.
Long first to a finish, leaving himself on 104. But Heneghan is going to leave it
125.
handier, just about the 2 darter, but it's another one of those strays into the 5.
$48. Conor, you require 87.
For the break of throw, right from the get-go. Great second dart, double 5.
77.
Just over
Jimmy
the bar.
require 56.
Just about squeezed in that 16. But there's
Yeah,
no
Charlotte's
issue with
first
that
leg,
double
Jim
10.
Long.
Jim Long 1 up.
Second leg,
Look
it's
how
Conor
quickly
to throw
Connor's
first.
itching to come back to the hockey. And it's not as if he's a debutant and doesn't know about the 10-second shot clock.
58.
It's just someone who's trying to find some rhythm, trying to find some flow. When you do that, you want to be on the hockey quick. You want to be straight back on and throwing. You don't want to be stood at the back of the stage. You don't want to be waiting.
100.
A sign that he's really looking and searching for something here.
$41. $60.
Well, those 2 darts have been illustrative of the problems that Conor Heneghan has faced all day long.
25. 99. $58.
It's all just coming a little bit too easy at the moment for Jim Long. This is a leg of which Conor Heneghan thrown first. He's about 200 points behind.
99. Jim, you require 118.
He's made no imprint whatsoever. And Jim Long can probably scarcely believe how easy he's had it in this leg against the throw.
58.
He's left himself on 60. And Maxi would leave Heneghan on tops. Another treble would leave himself on a 2-darter. Unable to do either.
Jimmy
So
requires
Long
6.
for the break of throw and a 2-0 lead. He's going to get 2 at tops.
40.
Heneghan was watching on
Conor, you
hopeful in the
require
background. And he does
120.
get his opportunity on the Shanghai.
Still a lot of points to go after 18 darts here for Heneghan. He's not going to get a shot at the double.
90. Jimmy requires
Random bullseye
20.
there to leave him double 15. And he may have a bit of hope here after Jim Long's missed opportunities on the outer ring today, but not on this occasion. Jim Long cashes in that breaker throw and he's halfway to a comfortable victory.
Jim to throw first.
But the irony was that Heneghan went for the ball with the last dart, but actually there could have been an argument that because the first dart and the fact that his dart stand up to attention went below the treble bed, that there was perhaps a plausible thought about going ball with 100 left.
$95. $100. $100.
Of course, earlier on today, we saw him go 51 ball on the back of the 151. But it's Jim Long that's in control of this
57.
penultimate contest of the session.
$139.
He only needs a couple of breaks. He's left himself on a finish after 9 to get one of them.
$60. Conor, you require 167.
One of the things to know about Conor Heneghan is he won't lie down and just accept it and roll over. He'll dig deep. He will fight to the end.
57.
He's digging deep here. Trying to get this game back on throw. But he does need to break Jim Long twice now.
100.
What
Conor,
a
you
last
require
dart to
110.
leave himself on a 2-darter. But that's if he gets a go. Job 17. Tots of Heneghan.
70.
The 110, and it would have
Jimmy
been his
require
third tub plus
84.
check out of the day. One dart at the bull for Long.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
only
third
needed
leg.
one
Jim
dart
Long.
at the bull. Perfectly pinned by the Canadian ace to lead 3-0. And Heneghan's
Fourth
back
leg,
is well and
it's
truly
Conor to
against
throw
the wall.
first. Game on.
But this is where Jim Long has struggled in previous games. When he gets to 3 legs, starts going a little bit
100.
dry, starts to find a few more trebleless visits, which is something that has been a bit uncharacteristic of what we've seen of Jim Long in his time here before at the Super Series.
45.
But again there, just coming up dry, coming up with trebleless and engaging shoulder.
135. $81.
Conor Heneghan loses this game 4-0. He's guaranteed to be bottom of the table at the end of today's play. A disastrous start to proceedings for the Irishman.
96.
But it looks like he's about to get his first leg on the board. He got 6 on 206 to
60.
Get himself off the donut. He was donutted by Johnny Haynes in the first game that he played today.
137.
Actually picked up
Conor,
just
you
7
require
legs all day long.
146. $90. Jim, you require 142.
142 to win it with a bit of style. To end his day with a bit of style. With a bit of flair. A bit of panache. But Heneghan's going to come back to save this contest.
90. Conor, you require 56. Game shot on the fourth flag. Conor Heneghan.
Keeps his hopes alive of getting some more points on the board at the end of the day. But the issue
Fifth
is,
flag. It's Jim to throw first.
it's got to be perfect, hasn't he, Conor Heneghan? That includes 2 breaks a throw. The Jim Long got time, Jim Long got comfort. But I wonder how much comfort he does feel in the situation when he's not picked up too many points today. Lost game 1, lost game 2. Picked up a victory in game 3 before going back
95.
to the wooden spoon enclosure.
And remember, he had led 3-1 in that game against Moreno Michels, the last match that he lost. So he has let a lead slip today.
100.
But it doesn't look like he's going to let this one go by the wayside. That maximum, his first of the game, has put himself in cruise control.
42.
And he's put himself on the brink. He's 6 starts away from picking up his second win. And for Conor Heneghan, what could have gone wrong today has. He is seething in the background.
54.
That 180 giving Jim Long the luxury of time. Because even a 180 here for Conor Heneghan, he can't leave a finish. Conor looking at the darts, looking at the grip. He's aware of what the problem is.
80.
Well, Conor Heneghan looks like a red rag to a bull, but it could be green light for Jim Long to seal a 4-1 win against Heno. He's got 6 of 167.
30.
You get the sense he could have more from that position because of where Conor is.
Yeah, 2 big slip-ups there for Jim Long, but time on his side. He's allowed to make them. He's still got 6 starts. Which to take this out.
Tops left. Jim Long has a friend who writes a book about darts maths. And so he'll know every single equation in the book. But the equation here, very simple. Tops for win. He'll end his day with 4 points.
Game shot and the match.
In it goes. And Jim Long beats Conor Heneghan by 4 legs to 1. He ends his day on 4 points. For Conor Heneghan, he can hardly believe what has gone wrong for him today. Plenty of questions for the Irishman and some for the Canadian too. But Jim Long picks up that win by 4 legs to 1. Our final game comes up after the break, and it sees Andy Davidson take on Moreno Michels. Welcome back to our final game of the day here at the Modus Super Series, and it sees the top two in Group A go toe-to-toe as Andy Davidson takes on Moreno Michels. For the Dutchman, an opportunity to complete the card on day one, and he'd establish a 4-point gap overnight from both Andy and Johnny Haynes, who's also on 6 points. But if Andy wins this game, well, it's very congealed at the top because Andy and Michels would be tied on 8 points at the top, and Johnny Haynes would be a very lively contender in third spot. He'd also have 6 points to his name, just a little bit behind, and
First
Jim Long would be
leg,
put back in
it's Andy to
situ,
throw
and this
first.
group would be bunched
Game
up
on.
quite nicely going into the second day's play. Andy at times has been electrifying, but
83.
also it has to be said, Moreno Michels has probably shown the more consistent signs, and the way he finished off that game against Jim Long cannot be ignored.
135.
3-1 down when he turned that one around. Found some real good stuff, didn't he? Moreno
58.
Michels, including 4 maximums. He's been the big powerhouse in regards to the big 180 hitting today. He's managed to find 8
140.
180s. Andy Davidson finding just the 3 so far.
108.
Andy Davidson finding the 4 so far.
Great stat padding.
85.
Well, Michels with a slip there has left himself on 141. Suddenly this leg could have a different complexion to it. Looked like Michels was almost
Moreno, you
dead
require
cert to get the break of. He
141.
could get it by pinning the 141, but you get the sense that Davidson is and will be the favourite to take this opening leg. Should get the guaranteed dart
97.
to win it, but
Andy, you require 80.
goes top straight away.
60. Moreno,
See, the
you
way his
require
darts lie,
44.
that seems a little overly aggressive there from Davidson.
Game shot on the first leg. Moreno
That's-
Michels.
There's a breaker throw for Moreno Michels, who at the back end of
Second
today, I
leg
would
is
say, is
Moreno to
playing
throw
possibly
first.
some
Game
of,
on.
if not the best darts we've seen from him here at the Super Series. Certainly on a consistent shot-by-shot, leg-by-leg basis.
140.
Just going through the gears at a tremendous rate.
90.
If he opens up a 4-point gap, and I know it's still only day 2, but he puts himself in a incredibly good position. Everybody will be chasing
6.
Kim down. He'll be the man to beat. Well, there's a possibility, actually, because this is the first game tomorrow morning. He could actually be 6 points clear by the
99.
time anybody else plays.
$40. $100. $57.
So Davidson wrestling the darts from the grip of Moreno Michels.
42.
But unable to do anything tangible with it. He's left himself on the big fish. But you sense in the case of Michels, he'll think he's got 6 darts on 204.
96.
Big last.
Andy, you require 170.
I mean, the 1 treble there means he only needs 1 treble to get down to a double here.
134.
Davison leaves
Moreno,
it
you
handy.
require
With
108.
his throw broken in the first leg, he's looking to hit straight back. But he's got to survive. A dart at double 16.
76.
Heart
Andy, you
in
require
mouth
36.
moment. And Davidson's back
Game
to
shot on
level
the
this
second leg,
contest
Andy
up.
Davidson.
And he makes no mistake on double 18.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. 120.
Well, that's one of the downsides of the rapid fire nature of Andy Davidson. That blockaded in the barrel and it spat back out again.
134. 135. 100. 80. 60.
Davidson trailed this game 1-0. He got 6 starts from here to lead it 2-1.
131.
Bit of a mistray with the big number, but he's still in a really handy position. Should get to a favoured double.
81. And he requires
put his nose
55.
in front for the first time in this contest. And that double of choice is double
Shot on the
16.
third leg,
and
Andy
that double
Davidson.
is found. A 14 darter for Andy Davidson. He moves himself back in front. 2-1.
Fourth flag. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Both players making their 4th appearance here at the Super Series. Perfect qualifying records.
140.
3 qualifications from 3 appearances.
59.
It may just be that Moreno is one of those players that picks his game up when he's here at the Super Series, because you mentioned his stats and his time here. If you put everything together over the last 12 months for Moreno, his numbers 82.01, 34% in terms of his doubling. But there's just certain places and certain arenas that just turn you on. And for Moreno Michels, this is exactly what the Live Lounge does to him.
140. Moreno, you require 121.
Too good.
130.
He's left himself on double 4 after 12.
And I can tell you that big 3 gets edgy in that situation, because you don't want to stray there,
92.
bust the score
Moreno,
and go back to the
require
1-2-1. So a good, confident dart there, bang in the middle of the
shot on the
target.
fourth flag. Moreno Michels.
Shows just where Moreno is right now.
Well, this game is level at 2-2.
Fifth flag.
Taken
It's Andy
6.5 minutes to play 4 legs of darts. That's how good this contest has been, and that's how speedy this contest has been.
54. 58. 140. 100. 140.
Davidson making a shift and making a move. 167 left after 9, and he's going to get all the time that he wants.
58. And he require 167.
And he's going to need that time.
131.
But the setup turn is a good one. It's double 18 again. Average here. In excess of 103.
And he require 36.
Save the best for last, they say.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
That's what
Andy
Davidson is doing here. Good, solid performance. Well above from what we've seen from him so far
Sixth
today.
flag. It's Moreno to throw first.
Even though it's not been
Game on.
Andy Davidson's best, he's still picked up 3 results from his 4 fixtures and only going down 4-3 in the game that he lost. He's a leg away from having a really
100.
good day, a day that would see him in top of the table.
82.
Yes, any win for Andy would see him leapfrog Moreno in the league standings. So it's one of those for the Dutchman where if he wins, he goes 4 points clear, but if he loses, he's going to be gazumped by the Scot.
59.
Don't forget, if you've missed any of the action today, you can tune into our highlights package on the Super Series YouTube channel. Highlights of every session available on there.
140. 96.
It looks like Michels is going to enforce a
121.
last leg decider here. He's got all the time he wants from this 1-2-1. What we do tend to see in Moreno is, regardless of whether a player's on or off a finish, he will attack it. Very old school in that way.
131. Moreno, you require 64.
Brings it down, but loads of work to do for Davidson. And that's if he gets a shot at all.
Game
But
shot
he
on
won't.
the 6th leg. Moreno
Goes
Michels.
the distance. One more leg, of which Andy Davidson has the
7
advantage
for
of the
final
throw. But
leg. It's Andy to
in
throw
this
first.
situation, the
Game
first
on.
3 darts are key. Need to find a treble.
60.
Doesn't. When the standard's been as high as it has in this game, that is an opportunity here for Moreno.
77.
No advantage gained, despite the fact he found one of the big trebles.
96.
This could be an advantage, though. Davidson left him on one of those
140.
sort of bogey scoring numbers where even a maximum doesn't leave you a finish.
100.
On a knife edge.
60. $100.
Davidson first to a finish. 145. Michels, what can he leave?
55. Andy,
Can't
you
leave
require
anything. Davidson's got 6 to win it. Treble 15 or treble 19 needs himself double 14.
117.
He will be back. No finish for Moreno. And a chance. 3 darts for Davidson to finish top
137.
of the
Andy,
table.
you require 28.
Double 14.
No score.
3 darts
Moreno,
come and
you
gone, and Moreno
require
Michels
32.
cuts that 137 set-up turn as the opportunity to move 4 points clear. Double 16. Double 9 now. Does it go?
14.
And both
Andy, you require
players
28.
have missed a visit's worth of match darts to win this match. But it's
Shot. And
Davidson
the
that
match,
crosses the
Andy
line.
Davidson.
And he knows how important that was. It keeps him in the picture and it keeps Moreno Michels at bay. And it puts him to the summit of the league table going into tomorrow's action. A nice embrace at the end of that game. It was a super contest. Davidson with an average of 96.5, 4 of them on the doubles. Michels 91 and change, missed 3 darts to win it. And that, well, that's Monday here at the Super Series. Myself and Matt are going to analyse all the action on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is how Monday's action panned out. A real good day for Andy Davidson and Moreno Michels. They shared the spoils on 8 points following that win for Andy before the break. Moreno Michels missed 3 darts to complete the card on day one. This is how the table looks at the end of it. Andy Davidson and Moreno Michels lead the way, both players on 8 points going into day 2. Johnny Haynes a smidgen behind on 6. Jim Long recovered from a poor start to finish on 4. Conor Heneghan will scratch his head and Cedric Waegemans will take the wooden spoon. Matthew Edgar is alongside me here in the studio to talk about the day's action. Let's begin by talking about Andy Davidson, because he got away with a little bit against Jim Long in his opening match, has shown signs of some good stuff, but as I mentioned, at points today, had to ride his luck a little bit.
It wasn't his best. We know Andy Davidson can do a little bit more than what he's shown today, but he's still managed to get 4 from 5 and only lost one game by 4 legs to 3. So he's only missed out on 1 leg that he possibly could have won. Now, that, for me, is a positive. He should be looking at that now and thinking, well, I didn't need my best and I won 4 from 5 and possibly could have won all 5 games today. And this was meant to be a tough group. So what's it going to be like when I turn up and I play my best? They're the questions he's got to ask himself, rather than looking and go, well, he could have hit that. Or you can find negatives or you can find positives. And if he finds the positives, he's going to move on quite well.
As far as Moreno Michels is concerned, really good day in terms of performances, but he'll scratch his head over that last one, won't he?
I think, for me, Moreno has probably played some of the most consistent, solid darts I think I've ever seen of him. Yes, we've seen him play well in patches and in moments, but not as consistent today as we have across the board. And he'll probably scratch his head as to why he's played better than he normally does, but he's got a lower points tally. But he's well and truly in the mix for this group. You can't lose it. You can't win it, sorry, on a Monday, but you can lose it. And you can feel like you've lost it, or you feel like you're chasing. Moreno is not going to do that. And the good thing he's got in his hands is tomorrow, match number 1, he's going to be taking on Andy Davidson. So an opportunity to go out and attack the leader.
So that's the story of the top 2. Let's talk about Johnny Haynes, who, to be perfectly honest, if we were to epitomise his day, it was a typical Johnny Haynes day. Some decent power scoring, some decent finishing, 6 points to his name. Pretty much does what he says on the tin.
And I still, again, I always feel with Johnny Haynes, you always feel there's just that little bit more in there, because he doesn't play the same as he does in these local opens when he plays on any form of sort of stage set or streaming or televised event. You always watch that, come on, we want to see that Johnny Haynes, but we've also got to remember he's now 60 years old and age does become a factor. So is it still at that point where we can see that a bit from Johnny Haynes? But there's one thing about Johnny, he never takes the foot off the gas. He is going to keep hard riding this sport until he can't do it no more.
In terms of Jim Long, look, the story of the day was missed doubles. It's fair to say that. But will he be pleased with the fact he's at least got 4 points on the board? He's not out of the mix yet.
Good question. I mean, I think when you look at Jim Long, I think he's probably going to go away and he's going to find it harder to pick the positives. You should always pick the positives on a day. If you win one game, pick on that one. If you've won a leg, pick on whatever you take from the day. Build on the positives. Don't dwell on the negatives. However, it was that frequent. He missed so many opportunities today. He missed so many darts at a double that it's going to be very, very hard for him to try and build on the positives, because he will constantly keep switching back to that moment and in the mind of all those missed opportunities. It's something he'll probably come in tomorrow and get in the back room and go, right, that didn't work for me. Maybe even change his routines, which then you're just feeding the problem. So Jim's got a bit of contemplating to do.
In terms of Conor Heneghan, what went wrong today?
Everything for Conor Heneghan. There's just something not right in regards to the way the dart is being released today and the grip for Conor Heneghan. He looked at his hands multiple times. He was constantly pulling the dart to the left. We spotted it sort of end of game 1, game 2, where he was looking for that pattern to see if it continued, and it did. And then the frustration started to come in. So he started going down that rabbit hole. He started getting frustrated, which ultimately then you become more aware of the problem, and then it just fuels. So Conor Heneghan's almost got to ignore today and just start again tomorrow.
Going into tomorrow, Andy Davidson, top of the table. Now he's got his nose in front. How difficult is he going to be to stop?
I said at the start of the day, I said he's not a value play, he's a play. He was 9-1. I thought it was ridiculous. I thought he's much better than a 9-1 shot. He's shown it today, despite the fact, like I said, we know there's more in there. And when we look ahead to what we can expect from him, I think we see more like we saw in the last game there than what we saw in some of the others. I think he finds some consistency tomorrow.
Been great fun. Thank you for your company, Matt. Thank you for your company at home as well. Well, it's been a blockbuster first day of action here in Group A at the Modus Super Series. Moreno Michels thought he was going to be top dog, but that belongs to the Scot, Andy Davidson. Bye from us.